Okay, everything set, everything all right. Okay, that's fine. It should be fine. Okay, so good evening and welcome back to this today's stream. And first of all, I'm sorry if I didn't give if I even put any schedule beforehand, but I was pretty busy with the live, and then I was unable to put any information before a given time in advance. So let's don't talk too much about this, and then let's skip to this. As you can see, and as you probably know, today it will be the Blizzcon, which is in US time. It will be around 2 p.m. And but living in Europe, as specifically in Italy, I there will be Blizzcon will happen in 11. I mean in the p.m. So tonight I will give the program about Overwatch. Then we will play as you decide the title, and then after we can watch together the event together, and specifically Overwatch. I mean, as you can probably know, we will watch and we will waiting about the news of the upcoming title in 2012, in 2022. Sorry, and Overwatch 2. And then we will watch through this site, and we will come to it later, but still keep on in background as we can use it later after playing. And we will watch the following schedule that I will show you to you now. Okay, as you can probably see, and sorry for the for the schedule time, but it is like in set in CAT, which is Central Europe time zone, and which is where I'm living in. And then we can see that the program will be at this time with the 11 p.m. There will be the opening ceremony. So we will play now in about 1 hour somehow. So I will be very quickly when explaining because I don't want to lose any time. And then from this time until this time, we will put a focus on the opening ceremony of the event on the Blizzard. So nothing there will be in this area. And then this is for today. But tomorrow, of course, as you can see in gray, because I put the favorite, and that's where we will concentrate this today's stream. And late night we had this is the replica, so we don't care too much about it. But this it is the most important thing that we will focus. So tonight we will stream later, so there will be a continuously stream of 4 hours, 4 hours and a half somehow. So from 11 p.m. we will with the Blizzcon ceremony until this time. And you will see, don't care about Italian because there will be the translating thing on the site as well for your language. And then from 2 and 10 a.m. on 2 and 30 a.m. CAT. So this will translate roughly as evening in America, depending on where you live, probably on New York or Los Angeles or wherever in the US that you need to adjust your time zone for that. And you will see from this site, blitzcom.com schedule. And we will display the languages, your language as well. So we will, this is the last time we will finish. So we have the program like this, behind the scenes of the Overwatch from midnight to midnight and 45. Then we will give the voices of Overwatch and the soundtrack at the end. So we will not have pause in this time. So this is what we will do. And then we will watch together this streaming from here. the Blizzcon online because it is more comfortable than searching in the abyss of YouTube, you know. And it will start in 84 minutes from now, so and 23 p.m. CAT, of course. So we will come back later at that time. So back to the game. We will already set it up. So let's prepare this. And sorry if I have to set the camera because okay, we will switch to the main game already, which I prepared for it. Oh, hello Tropic IQ, welcome to the stream. And I was already started, so I hope you will remain with me to talk about the game and watching it. And so sorry, I will set it up the webcam. So just wait a moment. Because I have some. Okay, let's remove that. Okay, so just wait a moment because I need to adjust the webcam as it doesn't. Okay, so seems everything is fine. So let's start it. Okay, as I said, we are playing in this. And so today, in the wedding of the BlizzCon, we will have. It started the week 3 already, so we will do some of it, which are the icon, and something about Reaper. So let's start it. Okay. So I still have to do this anyway, but game browser. Okay, arcade competitive. So we will do some body hunting. I want to see where we are. Oh yeah, Tropic IQ. I posted that on Reddit because I just wanted to involve more people as possible and stay together while watching, and then watching to get also the BlizzCon if you're interested. So thank you for dropping by my channel, and don't worry about the languages because I mainly stream in Italian, but also in English. So don't worry about it, and if you like. Stay watching or maybe even later for the BlizzCon. So I hope we will find something, but let's do some deathmatch by stretching up like warm up. So okay, let's choose something by saying my favorite Genji. Okay, too late. But I'm wounded. So okay, keep in mind that I can't watch the chat while playing, so please sorry if I can't reply immediately. Okay. Okay, I saw this Tropic, don't worry. Stay for much time as you can, because maybe it can help you, motivate you before going to work. So please stay as much as possible. And I have to thank you for the support. So that I really appreciate that. It motivates me to stream more as more people come by, and I will be more motivated to talk, to play, and so on. I'm not looking constantly to views, so everyone can come, and I don't force anyone. So I really appreciate you came here to watch. Okay, so here the real display, the real match. Oh. Okay, looks like the bounty is Junkrat, but I have another Junkrat. Oh, double kill. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tropic. Do what you can to follow as well. Okay. Come here, Rodon. Come here. Ah no, that was Torbjorn. Oh, looks like Torbjorn stole the kill. Damn. Really? Damn.
I will not falter.
I think I will really suck today, but whatever. We'll stay and get some fun, some good moments together. Since because Genji is not... Oh, I became the bounty. Okay. It's not yet to use the ultimate. And then I wasted the ultimate. Whoa. Looks like I utterly failed. So... Is it me or it is pretty annoying to... It's pretty annoying to see that Torbjorn turrets are placed everywhere, and when casually playing... Oh, too late. Whoa, let's... I hope we can find something. What? Oh. Thank you, but sometimes I suck with Genji because it's not so easy to use, and depending from the game, I may find some strong opponent that just ruin my game. But whatever, we are here for playing, so I don't care about pro things anymore, as you can see. Just I need to get used more to this game since I bought in December, around January, and during winter event. Well, I'm not going to... Well, I think it's not going to be a good game as well, since I made rogue for 400 points. No! God damn! Oh, yes, Tropic, I'm very excited for Overwatch 2. And I am very, very excited to see the making of the game. Because recently we talked so much, very much about how the game will be, how's the gameplay and so on. So yeah, I am really excited. And okay. And what about you? I mean, I hope you're excited as well. I mean, as well as many of us who can't wait to see the game. Yeah, fire in the hole. Sound like I don't. Yeah. Well, Okay. Well, yeah, I used to play League of Legends too, but not that much. So it is, in my case, it's opposite as yours. I'm playing very much Overwatch, but not League of Legends. But it's rare that I play it. And I was someone's last kill. So, whatever. Well, it happens. It happens. Well, I hope next one will be lucky as well. Well, yeah, both games are fun, but it's just, you know, a matter of genre. As I'm not a big fan of MOBA. Sorry for my English because I'm not native speaker. But it's even good. I mean, it's very famous, but you know, but for my personal taste, this is not a game for me. I mean, I'm more used to play other kind of games. So. But it's fun. I like Ari from League of Legends and Caitlyn, the gunslinger, which is you know, League of Legends counterpart of Ashe here in Overwatch. Oh, start. Well. I think today will be Genji, but I think I will switch to another hero soon. So okay, then let's start. You can abandon your body but not your honor, which says in Japanese. Which is pretty cool. Rodok, please don't throw your chain at me. Another Genji. Damn turret didn't end so well. Yeah. Oh no, Anzo de Fuego. What? Why do turret have to be there as well? I mean, nothing wrong in people would got used to get, you know, Torbjorn, but please. Okay, looks like we're started from a different perspective. And then Reaper comes again. Looks like you died, Reaper. Whoa, looks like Reaper's got his quick moment of glory.
Not falter.
Enemy needs 2 kills.
You still have something to do, right?
1 kill.
Come here. Well, looks like I utterly lost. Thank you, Tropic. So take care of your road too, and remember that you have to take care of yourself due to these tough times, and especially when at work. So thank you for dropping by, and see you next time, I hope. Okay.
Now traveling to Petra.
Oh, Petra. Well, Soldier 76, it's your turn. Yesterday, during the, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, I don't remember, on the live streaming in Italian, I used Soldier 76, and I was, whoa, and as I said before, I were MVP and doing amazing matches. So it's time to use it. I mean, even today.
Much better.
Okay, found something. Come on, just fun. Unlock this. Ooh, let's wait then. And speaking of which, I really hope you guys are more excited about Overwatch 2, because it looks like, from what I read from Blizzcon and other sites, that it must be, I mean, there's some hype around the game, so I really hope it must be something nice besides new heroes. So looking forward for it for today's stream. really looking forward. I really hope it can find some matches, because I'm looking like to take the last chess. Oh, and it found it.
Now entering.
King Rose.
Prepare for battle.
Soldier 76.
Select
Oh,
your hero.
golden. Oh, golden is more appealing. Let's choose it.
3, 2, 1. Fight.
We're all soldiers now.
Yeah, we're all soldiers, and that's what it matters the most. The most. Whoa. And then it was Moira that ruined the game. Ruined the
Not a
game.
young man anymore.
No, not at me. Like throw with Moira in my on my face, which is not good. Oh, those minions
Ain't over yet.
by seeing a trap. Okay, today we Meyer mystery.
Knock me down and I'll keep getting back up.
Well, today we are. Come here, come here. I have an aimbot. Come here. Come here. Where are you going, guys? Are you scared?
I've got you in my sights. I love the smell of pulse munitions in the morning.
Where are you guys? Well, too easy. Very easy. Wee, Miss Wee.
This old dog's learned a few tricks.
Yeah. No, Rodder. Okay, now tonight is the trap day, the traps day. I mean, everyone there putting their trap. Yeah. Go down, go down. I even missed the for a little the. I missed
I don't quit
a
till
little
the fight's
the
done.
aim for the Elix missiles.
I've got you in my sight.
No.
War goes on.
Looks like I'm not good today.
Only gets better with age. It's high time.
Well, looks like I'm going to lose even this time.
Yet.
Oh, looks like Tracer is the real rabbit here. Oh.
I've got you in my sight.
Got that. I was about to start kicking Rodok, but no, not
Don't quit
now.
till the fight's done.
not now, brother. McCree, not now. And then we have Genji. Seriously. Seriously, man,
No rest for the weary.
you came at the wrong time. No. Well, what can I say?
I'm not a young man.
Or I am noob, or other people are very skilled today.
War with me.
Whoa, 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 Rodok? No.
I've got you in my sights. Resistance neutralized. I've got you in my sights.
No way.
3 kills. Enemy needs 2 kills.
Mission
Enemy needs 1 kill.
1 kill and everything is ended. And everything is over.
I don't quit till the fight's done.
Get ready for a shot.
Match complete. Play of the game.
Well, I wasn't even that bad, but things got very worse, and I am, of course, the last of the ladder. I mean, come on, come on. I mean, I know we have to play for fun, but I can't even.
Traveling to the right.
I can't even play decently.
Select your hero.
Well, let's try for May.
3, 2, 1. Fight.
Our world is worth fighting for.
And I have made a wrong. I pressed the wrong button because I was used to Soldier 76.
I've got you in my sights.
Well,
大家都指望着我呢。
okay, I don't understand your Chinese, but it's okay.
I've got you
It's-
in my sights.
What? Come on!
追你，别往心里去。这样可以打死他们。
You stole my kill. You stole my kill, man. Like, seriously. And then Hanzo killed me.
It's hand.
嘿，我又回
Whoa, whoa, whoa! You got it, huh? Not this time, Reaper. You should have run instead to trying to kill me. You know, May is a cute girl, but not when.
动动，不许走！起来吧！
What? What you want to say, man? Come here for. Oh, go. Oh, well, no, not 1 against 2. No way. No way. It's impossible to keep Hanzo and Reaper at the same time. Oh, another Reaper. Well, now it's a Reaper fest. Uh-oh, Soldier 76. Everyone are hunting him. No. Too easy. But not enough.
Everyone is counting on me.
Yeah, May, but the problem is that... What? What did you say? What did you say? But in any case, we will lose anyway. I will not win anytime soon. Whoa. Come on. You want more? Wanna have more? No, not 2 Reaper. Not 2 Reapers. Come on.
Wait for me.
Yeah. People will wait for you.
Enemy needs 1 kill.
Another kill. The Reaper's ultimate is kind of annoying, since it's like a circular aimbot. Not like Soldier 76, of course. Well, yeah, I got the chest, the loot.
The game.
Well, it wasn't that bad since I was the bounty and then gained some points, but wasn't enough, so I didn't reach the 4,000 threshold, 4,000 point threshold.
Our world is worth fighting for.
Yeah, we have to fight for a more equal world, dear May. But problem is, people are kind of crazy.
You got
Get out of my sight, Reaper. I don't want to. Literally don't. So get out. Where are you? I know. Is that you again? What? I hope we don't have to wait for long. So
much better.
what? Okay. It's like something found. I hope doesn't take that long. Well, anyway, I was wondering that what kind of characters there will be in Overwatch 2. As in the meanwhile, I will open a look-up box, and I'm pretty sure that from the previous trailers, we will have for sure the most canonical, which are Winston and. Not only Winston, but also Tracer, maybe Soldier 76 and other characters. But I'm curious even to know about the others. So, yeah, looking forward for it. Because I was reading somewhere that there were also characters that was intended to use in the Overwatch. In the first one, but they didn't implement it. So, looking forward for it. Come here. Come here, Mr. Shadow. Oh no.
I'll show them. This will stop them.
Woo! Come here, man. Come here, Gunslinger. No way. Meyer, you switched to the evil force of May as well?
I have to get back in the fight.
Too easy, huh? Too easy? Wanna fight?
Ice wall coming up.
Not today, Diva. Stop down.
冻住，不许走。
Whoa. Looks like someone wanted to use the same weapons as mine. Where do you want to go, Reaper? Take that. No way, Diva.
瞧瞧这个，
What? What? Where do you go? Where do you go?
Ice wall coming up.
Not on the same place, man. Seriously?
起来吧，
There will be something like 3 or 4 people gathered, and then I am the only target they have? No way, man. Get out of my sight, Reaper. I don't want to talk with you. Not even more. I said get out. I don't want to talk with you. I want the bounty. Meyer, too easy to take 2 targets at once.
嘿，我又回来啦。
I do love when. Reaper, you should have more creative ways to kill me instead to throw yourself directly in my face, straight to my face.
This fight is not over yet.
What? Whoa, 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 whoa!
这样可以挡住他们。
Take that punch, Reaper.
Watch this.
Too easy to take that pirate. Too easy.
嘿，我又回来啦。Game on. Soldiers engage. Nerf this.
Oh, come on, man. You stole my kill.
Wait for me.
Enemy needs 2 kills.
Well, wanted to kill Diva with my punch, but was too easy.
Counting on me.
Oh,
Knocking them off.
Enemy needs 1 kill.
No, that is impossible, really.
Play of the game.
No. But well, that's life. Karma will.
यही परम वास्तविकता है.
But karma is very bastard, you can say. But yeah, let's be lucky next time. Let's be lucky. We'll see what will happen next time.
Traveling to Icon.
身を捨てても妙理は捨てず
Da 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 more. Oh. Highlights, area profile. Okay, found something already. Nice. Very, very nice. Oh. It seems not. Well, maybe we can get something. But not now. Well, it seems that like it will take big time, so let's wait, and we still have some games to do before the Blizzcon. So what we will want to do is now we will play some games. Maybe this is the last one, and then we will do some commentary for BlizzCon. But of course, I will have to get a pause before a little break before BlizzCon because we will stay together, and I can't possibly go to the fridge to get some water because of course I will stay together to BlizzCon. So this will be the last one, and we will finish with Genji. I mean, of course, before the 25-30 minutes break, of course. And of course. So the best thing that can happen out of the blue is Doomfist's punch. Worst time to use the ulti. No, I was about to kill Reaper. Damn. But it was going to be a good match as well. Okay, no car. Wow, nice voice lines, Genji. I really like that. What's that? Oh. No, Reaper. No, I was going to get medikit. No.
Again.
Bastion. Oh, Bastion. My dear beloved Bastion. Oh god, no. No, no. Everyone will look after me. Come here. Whoa. No way, Doompiss. But yeah, against tank, Genji is like rock, paper, scissors.
Let us
And-
hope for a different outcome.
And Genji is the paper, and then Doomfist is the scissors. Nice try, Bastion. Very nice try. Bastion! No, don't kill my Reaper. And then you killed me, but you stole my kill. Well... Where's... Oh! Looks like Bastion is the bounty here. Whoa! Doomfist! Damn, friend! You blasted your head against the wall. Definitely not a good thing. Whoa.
I am repaired.
I was somehow survived by Junkrat's ultimate that I don't clearly know how. And then Reaper killed me. Kill me. Kill me like you do. Reaper, don't do the chicken, please. Come here. Bastion, do you like to stay there up there? You want to see the scenery
The battle continues.
that Mother Nature gave to us? Better, but not that much. Good, but not good. Definitely. Again and again. Okay, Bastion, now things will get personal. No way, doing this? Like seriously?
To the fight.
Meteor strike.
Enemy needs one kill.
I am ready.
And then I was in front of Bastion's line of fire.
Outcome. An excellent fight.
I have to stay a bit quiet about the ultimate deflect because looks like Bastion is smart enough to guess where I'm using deflect.
I am healed.
And then Reaper won.
3 finish.
The Reaper
Play
won.
of the game.
And Bastion was the MVP. Too easy, Bastion, too easy. To stay on the top of a building and then killing everyone with the minigun. Too easy, man. Too easy. Okay, so we are on the second one. And whoa. And before the comic for the Blizzcon, I will get some break and we will see again. And then of course I will change the information, but of course we will come back at you. So guys, have a good break too before seeing later into the Blizzcon streaming we together. So be right back, guys, and make a break you too. welcome back again, and back from the break. So, what what I told you in the beginning of this stream, we are going to get to the opening ceremony, which is coming up in short. I mean, now it's about time. So I will explain very fast about what we're going to do. Today we're going to do the opening ceremony. We will show it. We will watch it together. While we're talking, we'll comment, and of course I will watch it myself in live. And if you would like to, please stop by and watch together while talking and comment about it. It would be very appreciated, and very glad to listen to you, to what you're thinking about this Blizzcon and what's next. So we have this opening ceremony at 11 p.m., which is 2 p.m. in the Pacific time in America, probably for sure. And we will have until 12 a.m. And after that, we will do it. And the next day, we will show this behind the scenes of Overwatch at 12 and 5 a.m. of the next day, which is now this. And then we until 20 to 12 and 45 a.m. CAT behind the scenes of Overwatch 2. And later, right after, we have with the voices of Overwatch. So we're going to see the voices of the characters. And in short, right after, we have the creating the soundtrack, which probably explain the making of the soundtrack of Overwatch 2. So I don't know in detail what it is, but I will really looking forward to it. But especially this, it is the behind the scenes of Overwatch 2. I think the thing that everyone was waiting up now, since Overwatch 2 is in development since a long time. I mean, in years of development since the announcement trailer, but wasn't that much enough to tell us how the game will look like. So we're going to watch especially these two and even this, but I don't think everyone are more interested to watch it. But I'm just curious to watch it, because it may be interesting to know how this will make. So back to the live. We will do the opening ceremony. So we'll still have this Blizzcon Day 1, and now is coming shortly. So what we'll have to do is to ask to you, what do you think about it? What do you want to in fact, it is 1 minute and 12 seconds. And what do you think, guys, about it? I mean, I am excited to see how Overwatch 2 will be, what things they will introduce to the game, and I really hope to know how the heroes will be, how many heroes will be, especially the planet one, because from the announcement trailer we had something like Winston, we had Tracer, and other heroes that we know already in Overwatch 1. Sorry, in Overwatch 1. So I hear, as I said in the beginning, that the development team has made some heroes that I haven't still released yet, but we're planning to introduce late with Overwatch 2. So what I'm thinking about it is how these heroes, where and when these heroes will be introduced in this new upcoming installment from Blizzard Games, and it will come in the live. So Let's turn it on. Okay. Okay, let's use it together. Okay. Okay. I don't know if we will watch it, but I really hope yes. Okay.
So when I was able to play a video game, I was able to start
Okay.
talking
So
with
I
people.
fixed
who didn't
some
really care about
audio,
email.
so it would be
But video
okay.
games were my escape. When I was a teenager, my dad was.
Now you should hear.
I looked to video
Should hear
games
it.
as a way to escape from that sort of reality. Everything happens
Okay.
for a reason, and I'm just glad video games were there for me.
I'll never stop playing video games.
There's no way.
I imagine myself one day being an 80-year-old grandpa gamer.
Playing video games has shaped me. I don't think I would be who I am today.
My passion, my interest, my excitement, they belong.
Video games opened for me the world, and because of that, I'm forever thankful.
And I can't wait to see what the next generation holds.
Well, let's see it. And then drinking some cola for some entertainment. Oh yeah, it will be the 30th anniversary of the Blizzard. So
to Blizzcon Line, a celebration of 30 years of Blizzard communities and 30 years of Blizzard games. 30 years is so many years, and last year maybe felt like one of the longest of all. But throughout the years of Blizzard Entertainment, from 1991 to today, many of us can associate certain games with milestones in our lives. Maybe you were a little kid the first time you played The Lost Vikings, or in high school when you first played a Diablo game, or maybe you met your partner while you were playing World of Warcraft. That's the awesome thing about video games. They give us experiences that are relevant to the times in our lives, and
yeah, for sure.
that we carry forward with us. Games are here for us during good times, and they're here for us even when we feel alone or maybe uncertain. Games are coming home, familiar, comfortable, with a connection and a sense of belonging. And while many of us spent most of 2020 in our actual real-life homes, games became even more of a place to get away, to be free from outside concerns, even if just for a little while.
That's right.
So,
He's
pretty
really
weird.
right.
Usually, when we start BlizzCon, the opening call is to my favorite Warcraft faction, the Alliance. Or my favorite faction, the Horde. I get confused. Usually, I'd be speaking to 40,000 of you in person at the Anaheim Convention Center and millions of you around the world. And usually, that would be a perfect way to celebrate. But nothing about the last year has been usual. The pandemic has been hard on everyone, and for many different reasons.
Yeah, for sure. It was
But there's
very
one
hard.
thing that the last year has taught us. It's that being apart physically doesn't stop us from moving forward. It doesn't stop us from connecting with our player friends around the world, diving in as warriors and heroes, and checking on each other as humans. It doesn't stop us from sharing our latest epic gaming story or celebrating those of others. Games continue to unite us.
Exactly.
Now, to be honest, I wasn't sure how well Blizzard could work from home. There are thousands of people, all needing to work together in creating our universes, games, and experiences. Never has it felt more true that it takes a Blizzard to make a Blizzard game. And in 2020, it became clear that the magic of creating a Blizzard isn't just tied to a physical location. It's tied to the people who work here, and I continue to be so proud of each and every one of them. Thank you, Blizzard. We create these games and pour all of our energy and heart into them, but it is you, the Blizzard community, that brings them to life. And that's why BlizzCon Line is a celebration of you, the guild leaders, healers, DPS, tanks,
Of course.
innkeepers, Zerg, Terran, Protoss, Blackwatch, Shimada,
Oh,
heroes
Genji,
of
my main.
Sanctuary, and of the Storm. These next few days are for you,
Whoa.
our Blizzard community. For World of Warcraft, we'll be showing you what's next for both Shadowlands and Classic. I'm sure you're all burning in anticipation for that one. Hearthstone is getting back to its roots in a major way. We can't wait to show you how.
Hearthstone.
We
And
also
Diablo.
have news for our Diablo community. Some of you were able to dip your toes into the depths of hell in the Diablo Immortal Technical Alpha. I really enjoyed seeing players embrace the multiplayer aspect of meeting in town. We can't wait for more of you to get your hands on it.
Yeah.
So, it's only the beginning of the year, and already there is so much to look forward to, even though we can't yet be together in person. The Overwatch League will be kicking things off in spring, and we'll be watching closely to see if the San Francisco Shock can continue their championship run.
For sure, Overwatch League is very big than I imagined.
With the Arena World Championship and
Like
Mythic
esports.
Dungeon International already in full swing in Shadowlands. StarCraft 2 and Warcraft 3 esports are going strong with our friends at the ESL Pro Tour. And qualifiers are already underway for the first online stop of the 2021 Hearthstone Masters Tour, with the first event taking place next month. But before we get too far ahead, let's take a look one last time. Twin times were a little simpler. In the early 1990s, the internet was a baby. CD sales
Been that.
finally eclipsed cassette tapes.
Done that.
Cassette tape, it's a rectangle piece of plastic, and there's a tape inside, and music would get recorded on, and sometimes you needed a pencil to wind it and make it tight. I know, it sounds crazy. We were all playing video games on Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, DOS, or Mac PCs.
Yeah,
Personally,
definitely.
as a master
I was one of them.
So many simple things in simple times. If only we could relive it.
The stage is set.
Oh, the trailer? Oh. Well, I didn't know such games, but I was so little. I was a baby back then, so some of many famous games from the 80s or the 90s, I didn't even know they even knew about it. So forgive me, guys, for your retro gamers. I was too little or like a baby for such games. So I really hope I will play them someday, if I ever manage to find something to play with. So basically, from the beginning, it started to talk about how games are for us, how games changed our lives during solitude, hard times, and especially this thing that during pandemic, because even the pandemic didn't stop from interact with people on the net, despite not being physically with each other to socialize.
These are ports of the games.
And now we're speaking about some collections or games from Blizzard, from arcade games.
With a couple of quality of life upgrades. As an example, we include very modern, cutting-edge functionality that wasn't available in the early 90s, both saving and loading of games. And for those of you who purchased any Blizzard Digital Anniversary Bundle via Battle.net, you'll automatically receive the Blizzard Arcade Collection on PC today.
Oh.
Now, you ready to hear about some other video games? Let's hear what's next.
Oh, now they're introducing which games there will be on that collection from on Battle.net. That's what I understand from that, despite not being a native English speaker.
Thanks for joining us today. No matter where you are, World of Warcraft unites us all. Whether you're exploring the Shadowlands, Classic Azeroth, or another part of the Blizzard universe, I'm glad you could make it, because we've got a lot of good stuff to show you. But first, let's start with some Covenant Pride. Kyrian, take flight! Nightfey, let the hunt begin. Necrolords, to war! Vintha, let's party. The world has thrown a lot at us since the last BlizzCon, and the thing that's really kept everyone going on the WoW team has been connecting with all of you. The bonds we forge with our guilds and family and friends in WoW are powerful and real. As WoW enters its 16th year and Blizzard celebrates its 30th anniversary, we're so grateful to have the most dedicated and friendly communities in gaming. Let's recap the events in Azeroth. In WoW Classic, we fought an endless battle for South Shore and Tauren Mill. We banded together to open the gates of Ahn'Qiraj and joined forces to take down Kel'Thuzad.
For sure, World of Warcraft. Oh, maybe I was thinking about hiding the camera, so I'm still here while commenting on the about the Blizzcon, you know. So sorry, I really had to hide the camera so you can view better
from his castle lair.
the direct.
But innocent souls are still wrongfully being sent to the maw. They face an eternity of torment, and heroes like Anduin remain chained in its depths. The jailer continues to grow in power. He's preparing to break free from the maw and complete his plan to unmake the entire Warcraft universe. And Sylvanas, you may be wondering what she's been up to all this time. Today, we're excited to unveil our first major content update for Shadowlands, Chains of Domination.
Oh, that is the trailer.
What makes you
Maybe.
believe you're not just a weapon to achieve his ends?
Enough! Join our cause, or be made to serve.
Right now, you
Maybe it's better to place the webcam. Sorry.
make your choice.
Okay.
Sylvanas Windrunner.
Despite all our efforts, the maw continues to grow. What if Denathrius' treachery is irreparable? The Primus is lost, and Bastion cannot save the Shadowlands alone.
None of this should have happened.
Perhaps the Winter Queen could.
My Archon, a living soul, seeks an audience.
Oh, looks like a cutscenes. Probably fan-made,
By all our
if I'm not
one who
mistaken.
spent his life striving for justice. One who would give anything to serve his people. One whose heart is true.
Very well. He may approach. Step forward. My Ascended have spoken of you. The king held captive in the maw.
That prison could not hold me forever.
Why have you come to Bastion?
You have a key that I need.
You will release this soul from your grasp.
No. He is bound to me.
Just as you once sought to bind your own brother.
Oh,
The vessel performed its part flawlessly. 3 keys remain. Then they will see. Death was never meant to be chained.
okay. It is Shadowlands. So probably it wasn't a fan-made trailer, but it was a real trailer, as I said before, and I was right.
That is so intense.
A new expansion for World of
You
Warcraft.
probably have a lot of questions about what you just saw and what it means for the next stage of your Shadowlands journey. Later today, my teammates Ian and Jeremy will be telling you more about Chains of Domination in our Shadowlands update. Please check out the World of Warcraft channel to find out more. Next, I'm excited to share our upcoming World of Warcraft charity pet program. We've heard a lot from our community about how much they love these pets and the opportunity to give to a good cause, along with ideas to make the program even better. So during this upcoming campaign, you'll be able to donate whatever amount you wish to directly support our chosen charity. Once donations reach our goal, everyone playing World of Warcraft will get a pet for their collection as a thank you, whether you were able to contribute personally or not. And to make this a fun challenge, if we reach a stretch goal, everyone gets a second pet too. And here they are. The first pet is Bananas, literally.
What?
He was originally available to a select few back in Burning Crusade era.
Oh, nice.
To give everyone
Nice one.
to adopt him. And if we reach our stretch goal, you'll also get Daisy the Sloth.
Oh,
She's an all-new
I do love sloths.
around your neck when you need a hug. Your donations during this
You know,
campaign will go to support the medical humanitarian organization Doctors
live slowly, die whenever is the slots motto in this time.
or MSF.
And yeah, it is part of charity program.
Around the world.
Oh, but it is nice initiative because we can use a game for for helping people in need and support the charity organization. It is nice.
We've talked quite a bit about
It is very, very nice. I really appreciate that.
Players, now it's your turn. It's my pleasure to hand off to my teammate, Holly Longdale. She's a longtime WoW player, a veteran MMO developer, and she's going to tell us what's in store for WoW Classic.
World of Warcraft Classic.
First, I'd like to thank all of you who have ever been part of the WoW community over the years. You know, online worlds like WoW have been a huge part of our lives for decades now. As a dedicated MMO fan and a developer myself, I remember hearing that Blizzard was going to be making their own MMO. And I thought, well, I guess I'll check out that beta. And sure, we all call the game WoW, but really, wow, I could not believe I got bit by the MMO bug again. I was so excited to be able to make a Night Elf Hunter and be like that famous Dark Elf Ranger from the books that I loved. I have to tell you, Azeroth was, and still is, a place I love to live. Since last year, I've had the great honor to work alongside the WoW Classic team to bring these nostalgic experiences back to life for longtime fans and a whole new generation of players. As a fan myself, I've had so much fun in WoW. From the simple things like drive-by buffing or making friends on that long haul from Teldrassil to Ironforge, all the way to the absolutely staggering, like when I jumped blindly through the Dark Portal and was running through Hellfire Peninsula, heard this terrifying noise, and then saw
Ooh, that's a really scary noise.
the biggest roamer I had ever seen, and I was very glad I had feigned death in that moment. And that's the thing about WoW. These stories and experiences we all share keep us coming back time after time. With that said, I'm super excited to be able to share with you where our adventures are taking us next.
So it's probably going to introduce what World of Warcraft Classic will be like, and this will be the trailer. So it is like Classic, so it's like vanilla classic game, vanilla, with no add-on and whatever. But I'm not sure. I can still get mistaken for that. Well, back then I wasn't like a good player from World of Warcraft, so but I always interested and amazed about the great vastity of the contents they brought to the game, like expansion, too many expansions. And I hear in the past about Burning Crusades, but I'm not sure if it's that Burning Crusade I hear the years and years ago.
Brings back so many memories, right? Like,
and I was right.
The fungal forests of Zangarmarsh, or being awestruck at the chaotic magic alive in Netherstorm, the Draenei in Exodar, the Blood Elves in Silvermoon. I love playing them both. Do you choose to enlist the Aldor or the Scryers in your quest to fight the Legion? And of course, we can't forget gathering all your friends to fight Illidan at the top of the Black Temple. I can't wait to relive it all with you. Since the team first set out on their own quest to bring the original WoW back to life, we have learned a ton about what players are expecting from this kind of experience. We've also learned when to keep things just as they were, and where we all might be open to some changes. We're bringing all these lessons into Burning Crusade Classic, with our primary goal to bring back the same feeling you had when you faced the Fel Reaver for the first time, or when you were digging through piles of Felhound poop. Of course, we can't get this right without you, our incredible community. Soon, you'll be able to revisit Outland yourself when beta starts and tell us what you think. Later, all WoW Classic players are going to be presented with a meaningful choice for each one of your beloved characters. Do you want to move on into Burning Crusade Classic? Or do you want to stay in the original Classic era forever?
Oh.
Whatever you decide, you can do it all with your one WoW subscription.
So,
Now, I know I've thrown a lot at you, but don't worry. We'll be getting into the details in our panel later today. So stick with us. We'll make sure you are prepared. And
so
now,
in
we're gonna
poor
hear
words,
what's coming up in
you have the chance to stay in the Classic or the Burning Crusade era as much as you like, as much as you want to stay. So, as I guess right, it is World of Warcraft Classic is like back to the origins.
Truly excited to share with you everything that's coming to Hearthstone this year. But first, let's take a quick look back at the year of the Phoenix. We added our first new class.
Now we're talking about Hearthstone.
The Ruthless Outlands. Then we went to Skullman's Academy and got to explore dual class cards and their powerful synergies. And with our third expansion of the year, we brought you Hearthstone's biggest update ever, alongside the menacing old gods in Madness.
So planet update for Hearthstone, and it seems very, very big.
Duels that saw more than 10 million matches on its first day. We also introduced our long-awaited achievement system and made a significant overhaul.
Introduction of the achievement systems.
Now, it's time to say farewell to the year of the Phoenix and see what's in store for Hearthstone this year. Welcome to the year of the Griffin. Over the last couple of years, we've made big changes to Hearthstone. Throughout the year of the Griffin, we want to keep delivering fun, new experiences and make sure that the tens of millions of you playing Hearthstone are always excited to log in. First up, we'll be giving the standard format its biggest shake-up ever, with the launch of the Core Set later this year. The Core Set replaces the old Basic and Classic sets with a collection of 235 cards made up of some of the best from throughout the years, as well as 29 awesome brand new cards. And the best thing about the Core Set is that it's
The new cards are on planning on this update, this planet update.
Here are 3 of Hearthstone's legendary dragons, reimagined to feel more up-to-date and competitive for modern-day Hearthstone. Ysera the Dreamer. You'll finally receive her.
So the first one is Ysera.
Right away. She's a nightmare for your opponents.
Malygos.
The Spellweaver. He'll fill your hand with spells and is a powerful late game play, worthy of the aspect of magic. And finally, everyone's favorite black dragon, Deathwing. He's still as destructive as ever, but timed correctly, he won't leave you empty-handed. We'll also be launching a brand new format, Classic, where you can play Hearthstone as it was when it first launched. The Classic format will be fully supported, complete with ranks and rewards using Hearthstone's original set of cards.
Okay, there's a set of cards, new sets.
Then Classic is the place for you. With Classic revisiting the past, now let's take a look to the future and explore the first expansion of the Year of the Griffin.
For a hero of the Horde, all roads lead to the crossroads. You have come for adventure, but the Barons wants to break you. Your axe must be sharp. Your wits must be keen. And your heart must be mighty.
Whoa, looks like there's very bad guys out here. I mean...
And honor. This is who we are.
Some forged in the Barrens. This would be the new planet update.
We're headed to one of Warcraft's most iconic locales, the Barrens, and we'll come face to face with the heroes that inhabit it. Starting with one of the Horde's most iconic and well-known characters, a fierce loyalist, one-time war chief that embodies the honor, loyalty, and spirituality of the Horde. Shadowhunter Vol'jin. Shadowhunter Vol'jin is a neutral legendary that allows you to either bolster your own board or weaken that of your opponents. And to celebrate the announcement of Forged in the Barrens, this card is available for free for everyone later today. So log into her.
So from today, when you update the game or something, you will receive this game. This is a shadow.
As a bonus,
or is a bonus.
We're also giving away the brand new 30 Years of Blizzard card back.
Okay.
Next, we have another hero of the Horde who is making his first appearance in Hearthstone. The legendary Blade Master, Samuro, featuring the new keyword, Frenzy. Frenzy activates the first time a
that card plus Samura from the 30.
This can be used to clear
from the third year of Blizzard.
Heroes of the Horde, like Samuro, are famous for their combat prowess. But others, like Thrall, are known for their powerful elemental magic. Take a look at this new shaman spell, Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning is a spell in a new cycle of cards that rank up and become more powerful when you have 5 and 10 mana, ensuring that they're always useful at every stage in the game. You'll also notice that they're categorized as nature spells. With Forged in the Barrens, we'll be permanently introducing spell schools across the entire game, which enables a whole host of exciting new strategies. And don't worry, members of the Alliance will be featuring some of your most beloved heroes and locales later this year. But what I love most about the Warcraft universe is its amazing characters. And our final announcement is our most ambitious addition to Hearthstone yet. It introduces a brand new way to play with your favorite heroes. Hearthstone Mercenaries. Mercenaries features strategic RPG gameplay where you build teams consisting of some
Got
of the
this.
most iconic
Plus the
heroes
third.
and villains
And there's
from the Warcraft
this
series,
one.
including timeless characters like the infamous Sylvanas Windrunner and Ragnaros, the elemental lord of fire. You can also expect to see some of Hearthstone's fan favorites, like the unstoppable Devilsaur, King Crush, and the ever-growing Gruul the Dragon Slayer. You'll lead them in battle through highly replayable roguelike missions, where the map is randomly generated every time you play, and each node represents a unique challenge for your team to take on. Your heroes gain levels, new abilities, equipment, and can even
gets
evolve
new level, new
more
abilities.
powerful versions of themselves. We're thrilled to finally show you Hearthstone Mercenaries. It is scheduled to launch later this year, and we'll have more to share with you down the road. Everything you've seen today is just a taste of what's coming in the Year of the Griffin. So don't forget to tune in
It's
to
the year
our
of the
panel after
Griffins.
the opening ceremony, where we'll share more details on the core set, the new classic format, Forged in the Barrens, and our plans for Battlegrounds and Duels, as well as our upcoming single-player content. I want to thank the team for their amazing work. And on behalf of all of us at Hearthstone, we want to thank the many millions of you who play our game. Your dedication and support is what drives us to make awesome updates and pursue ambitious and fun ideas. We can't wait to kick off the Year of the Griffin with all of you, and we hope to see you in the game soon. Next up, you'll get an update on all things Diablo.
Okay, now it's Diablo. But now they plan an Hearthstone, a Warcraft Classic, and also the next expansion of the Warcraft Classic. Not the Classic, the original one.
Hey everyone, thank you very
Okay,
much.
now I need to play a Diablo.
So excited to kick off the Diablo segment of our show, and I am honored to be here on behalf of all of our Diablo teams to share the news and updates we have in store for you today. We've got a lot of Diablo to cover, and I hope you'll agree with me that it's a great time to
So
be a
it
member.
will cover for the next 20 minutes.
Let's kick things off with Diablo 4. We first shared our game with you.
Oh, Diablo 4 announced it.
2019.
Finally.
We've been truly humbled by your response. We've kept in touch through quarterly updates and sincerely appreciate the thoughts and valuable feedback you've provided as we unveil more and more of the game and share in its development. After all, Diablo belongs to you as much as it belongs to us. Most recently, we teased an update to our campfire screen, and savvy fans, of course, understood that we meant more than just the character lighting and fire visual effects. That's right. Today, we're happy to announce a brave new soul joining the barbarian, the sorcerer, and the druid on this dangerous journey back.
Sorcerer and druid.
A class is one of the most exciting things you can announce in a Diablo game. This one is especially exciting to me as it's a re-envisioning of one of the first classes to ever appear in the series. Let's have a look.
Okay, now we will have a look to this new classes like the sorcerers and the druids, I guess. Oh, sorry for the pointer. This one.
Pray with me. May Akarat guide and protect me.
May Akarat guide and protect me.
May he shepherd my soul
May he shepherd my soul
and grant it mercy.
And grant it mercy.
What are you doing here? This is not the time.
But this is confession. And I have sinned. I was a thief who stole from those more fortunate. I strayed from your light and found my trade in the shadows. They call it murder. I say, job well done. I am a thief, a heretic, a murderer, Father. Will Akarat save me?
You mock our light. But those monsters were a scourge upon my flock. And you... oh, you were the answer to their prayers.
Then we are settled. And you owe me.
The name you seek is... thank the heavens for you.
Heavens? I assure you, Father, the heavens didn't send me.
Okay, the rogue. And that's what explains the overview of the rogue, the new introduced class to the game. And of course, the rogue has elite skills. Well, that's not a good collection to make.
Just the sound of that ear getting pierced by the hook is so brutal. I feel like it's gonna haunt me for a long time. I've been a huge fan of the Rogue ever since the original Diablo. Even seeing them come back as NPCs and mercenaries in Diablo 2's Rogue Encampment served as a great bridge between the games. With the setting of Diablo 4 being a larger world than we've ever played in before, we're excited to show you not just what the successors to the original rogues in the series have been up to since the fall of their order, but also what some of the other rogues in the world of Sanctuary might look like. The mantra for Diablo 4 has been customization first, and the Rogue takes this to a whole new level. From the beginning, the Rogue has been an incredibly flexible class, able to adapt to any situation. Our goal is to let you create the kind of Rogue that you want to play. Whether it's an unrivaled archer modeled after the original Sisterhood, or a cloak and dagger rogue from the darkest.
So the rogue will be more versatile and customizable.
You imagine by customizing the looks, the background, and the playstyle of your character. Please stick around for our segment later today, where I'll be joined by other members of the Diablo 4 team to share a closer look at the rogue class, as well as some of the open world gameplay that we're bringing to the game. Spoilers, those severed ears are not just for show.
Okay.
But Diablo 4 is not the only Diablo game we're talking about today. If you're looking for an authentic Diablo experience on mobile, we've got you covered. Diablo Immortal has everything you'd expect from a AAA action RPG. From the visceral combat,
Diablo Immortal is the new other game announced today. It's another AAA.
Diablo 2 and Diablo 3. Later today, you can join the Immortal team, where they'll talk about some of the things they've learned from their recent alpha test and what's next for the game. But that's still not all. We have one last bit of very exciting Diablo news to cover.
When you hear us talk about the classes, the items, or the stories of the early Diablo games, you may have picked up on the absolute reverent tone we reserve for that golden era of Diablo. Maybe you share that love of the classics, and just hearing us talk about them makes you want to take on Mephisto or Baal one more time. Or maybe even for the first time. After all, some of our favorite moments
They're speaking, they're now explaining the Diablo as a game per se.
we have a special surprise for you.
So, and now they are announcing a surprise, he said, and it is a trailer. So, let's see what's that. What's the surprise he's talking about? A remake? Diablo 2? Okay, that explains the story of 20 years of Diablo. And that's right. That was, well, better a remastered, not a remake. So it is a remaster of Diablo 2, and I guessed it right. So it is the actual Diablo was in origin as a game in 2D and with the isometric view. So like that was the Sims 1. Okay, cross progression. For PC and consoles, that's nice to hear. So basically a remastered is more like with the new graphic, to the game from Diablo 2. And I think nothing more, because usually remasters are more like a graphic overhaul of the whole games, like that happened to Command and Conquer Remastered, for example.
Dark Wanderer has returned, and once again he travels east, always east. Diablo 2 is a landmark game.
Okay, so they resurrected Diablo 2 with the remaster.
HD remaster of
Yeah.
the original game
HD.
and the expansion Lord of Destruction.
Okay.
It takes the 2D sprite-based classic that we love and brings it into the present.
So they're bringing the remaster HD remaster and an expansion of the original Diablo 2.
27 minutes of cinematics, recreated shot for shot with the explicit intention of preserving both the look and the pacing of the original movies.
So they remade the movies other than the remastering the game itself.
We think about it as a definitive pillar in our foundation. Now, it's funny to think that some of you weren't even born when D2 was released, which makes it all the more important that we deliver an authentic experience wherever you play. We want everyone to relive their memories or experience the game for the very first time on their platform of choice. And so we're excited to bring Diablo 2 Resurrected to PC and console, along with cross-progression. And for those of you who are in love with the original, and you just wish it worked more seamlessly on modern computers, you can bring back all of that nostalgia exactly as you remember, and enjoy the game in its original 2D form, much like we did with StarCraft Remastered. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about. Later today, Diablo speedrunner Mr. Llama will host a roundtable with members of the development team on the dedicated Diablo channel. If you are a Diablo 2 fan, I encourage you to take a look. So, from Diablo 2 Resurrected, to Burning Crusade Classic, to the Blizzard Arcade Collection, it's a whole lot of looking back. And while we have teams dedicated to bringing these timeless experiences into your hands, it's actually a very small percentage of our developers working on these projects. Far more people are working on the future of Blizzard. And in addition to what we'll be talking about during the show, we can't wait to tell you even more about our plans over the course of this year and beyond. If you had asked us 30 years ago,
So basically, they're bringing Diablo 2 and, of course, the Burning Crusade expansion to PC and consoles with more HD remaster, and of course with the better graphics, better cinematics, and of course to replay the game as this was 20 years back. So it is more also for new players and also for people who played the game, they feel nostalgic but actually can't play the game due to technical issues, as the old games can't actually play it with modern platforms. Yeah.
There is so much that we're working on. And some of it you already know about. The rest, we look forward to talking to you about it when the time is right. Just like the real world, the worlds of Warcraft, Diablo, StarCraft, Heroes of the Storm, Overwatch, and Hearthstone are diverse, expansive, and full of potential. We are not only iterating on the experiences that you've come to expect from us, we're also exploring different ways to express our worlds and welcome more players from more places into them. And we aspire to continue to lead on priorities like accessibility and toxicity control, and to continue supporting causes that have a positive impact on the real world. We want to continue to bring those same feelings of joy and achievement that we all felt when we first defeated the Lich King, or beat Diablo on hardcore mode. Because when we geek out on those experiences with others, we can't help but see the similarities between us and feel what's possible when we play together. Of course, there are new Blizzard worlds that we haven't visited quite yet. And when we do finally unveil those games and experiences, our hope is that you will see in them what we do. That no matter who you are or where you're from, they are spaces where you can create new stories, forge new friendships, and make memories worthy of lasting a lifetime. And through it all, our mission statement of being dedicated to creating the most epic entertainment experiences ever, along with our core values, led by gameplay first, will continue to guide our way. So on behalf of everyone at Blizzard, thank you for being on this journey. For me personally, it is the honor of my professional life to serve you, and the honor of all of us at Blizzard to be the caretakers of the worlds that you play in. We are so excited for what's to come this year, next year, and the next 30 years. Now, what's coming next for the show? Well,
okay, now
it depends on
we will see what we do expect from now on.
Overwatch. Check out the behind-the-scenes look into the development of Overwatch 2 over on their dedicated channel right after the conclusion of opening ceremonies.
Yeah, so now we're going to see the behind the scenes of Overwatch 2.
New features, including new maps, hero missions, talent trees, and more of what we think will make Overwatch 2 a unique gameplay experience. For World of Warcraft, Diablo, and Hearthstone, you'll get a closer look on their respective channels.
Okay.
And on the dedicated strategy channel, some StarCraft legends will be going head-to-head in epic competition. Once again, welcome to Blizzcon Line. Be good to one another. Welcome home. Before we kick things off, here's a little something from a previous Blizzcon headliner.
Hey, thanks for having us. We're Metallica. Thanks for having us at BlizzCon 2014. We would love to be there this year, but obviously can't be. So
Okay. So we have
we
to
are,
mute.
and this is for you.
So um, we have to mute the audio because it could because if I reproduce during the this vote, this will be muted from the from Twitch or whatever from not exactly infringement but copyright strike. So I don't want that. And then let's get started and prepare for the Overwatch and behind the scenes specifically for of Overwatch. And then we are lately at behind the scenes of Overwatch and just later. So it is like in 5 or more than 6 minutes. So we have to prepare for that, and let's see if we can. Okay, so we have the 2 p.m. PST, the Pacific time zone, and open ceremony of the Blizzard channel, and that was before. So we have this one, and the 2 p.m. and 2 p.m. is the cardboard animations. So it is like the 3 p.m. So it is like now. It is like 5. No, the cardboard animation was like before, I guess. So we will have to watch this. That's what we're more focused. It's the behind the scenes of Overwatch 2. And I mute that because there may be music and may subject to copyright strike, and it's better to avoid that. So let's wait that they may start on the moment. So what do I say about this convention? Or that convention rated at BlizzCon. It is very, very beautiful. The contents were very interesting, and the words from the people working at Blizzard were very touching, very straight to the feeling, to the heart, because we had a very, very bad times, very hard times during the pandemic. Then the pandemic itself struck our lives, and we were torn apart. But everything, we're usually humans are not used to experience, like absence of social context. We have to stay away, not stay away, but we have to stay distant from people because of the virus. And so the people at Blizzard really understood that even despite bad times, very hard times for socializing, for meeting people, to stay together with all the loved ones. And I think everyone, including me, I'm sure, as I am myself, we are experiencing bad times now. And so despite that, what they said is that even games that I am considered more than a piece of art rather than just gaming, it is like can help us during these very tough times of solitude, especially. I experienced that too, and games really helped me going through that, because during the first stage of the pandemic, I will experience it a very hard moments, and I was challenged emotionally, and that was really hard. It really broke my heart because I was away with people, away from work, away from everything, and then the only way we had that time for many people as well as me is like video games. Video games can also help beating solitude, beating shyness, everything can really help, despite people, or especially media, especially not experienced journalists, addicted games as a bad thing that affect negatively our behavior, our personality. the popular misconception that games make people violent, and that really depends from I watching sometimes from that. It is not necessarily true that games make people violent. It is like that what we think about games, what in our hearts we think about games, that makes the difference. It is our personality, our psychological aptitude, because it is a difference between the real world and the fictitious world. Because mostly people confuse them both, but it is also because of fragile personality, or even people like parents themselves, they don't teach to their kids sometimes about the difference between reality and fiction. But games, they are full of gameplay, full of stories, and very interesting stories that can even give to us life lessons. Life can teach us many things. Of course, I don't deny that, but even games can teach something, even something more that life cannot teach on the moment. Like, it is not like parent, but it's like can give new inspiration, new way of thinking. I mean, that can motivate us, can think about certain aspect of life. So that's what I'm thinking about games. It is an art. It is a way to escape, even for a moment, like they said at the convention at the beginning, from reality, even for a while, and forget for a little while about the concerns of our life, and to avoid getting depressed or thinking bad things like suicide or whatever the bad feelings come into our personalities. And so, sorry, sometimes I have to watch, and this is what I'm thinking about it. So they said a very good thing when they said games unite people, they connect people to the rest of the world, they make friendships, they make both even friendships or even love with as a modern era of games where you're used to meet people and then get in love with some players. As I was one of these people back then when I was a little younger, when I was played more games than I used to do, when I'm using to do now. And so games are that, and I am thinking the same. I'm thinking the same way about what they said at Blizzard during the beginning of the Blizzcon, and even during to the rest of the convention. So this is what I'm thinking. It is a good thing. I really agree what they're trying to say. So it is a bit. That's why I have very positive feeling and very positive opinion about what they said in the beginning. How they explain, how the feeling they concentrated into their words. It is amazing. I mean, I think I will never be like them, because they transmit the passion they put into these games, and they're not mere projects, but rather a very good gameplay oriented. So what I want to say is, oh, nice! It is Overwatch, among with other characters from Blizzard. So their live will start soon. So what I wanted to say is, the games are a really good way to make us better people if we can take them in a proper way, and not be influenced by them so much in a negative way. So, and this is what I'm thinking. It is a very nice thing. I really liked the presentation as it was. So really appreciated for me as a player of in general. So okay, it started. Okay, I think we okay. Now it
Welcome
starts.
everybody to BlizzCon. We know that you all want to hear more about
Okay.
Overwatch 2. Allow us to invite you behind the scenes to explain more of what we're doing and why.
Everybody, please hit record. Fingers crossed.
We lost Scott.
It's off to a good start.
This is going great.
Okay.
We've been assembling one of
Bridget,
the best teams
Mercy,
that
and
I've
Joker.
ever worked with.
I'm nervous.
And I'm so proud of the progress that we have made together.
We really liked the stylized drop down.
Imagine that it's coming forward, boom, boom.
Well, Breacher,
The
that will
scale
be
and the scope
one
of this
character.
game have meant that we've needed to grow substantially.
We have to. Sorry.
Let me start over.
Overall, I think we've done incredibly well as a team moving to work from home.
Oh, shadow play. There have definitely been challenges, but the
even
team
May
is
do
really
will
putting
be in
everything we've
Overwatch.
got behind this game.
To me, it's the next big
Tracer.
step in the Overwatch universe. New heroes, game modes, major story beats.
Yeah, I hear that the Canadian hero will be added to the game and will be the first
what story and franchise
in
development
the
does
whole-
with the animated shorts.
the whole game.
We really wanted to bring that cinematic experience into the game.
You can invest in your heroes and grow them over time. I'm super geeked out about Overwatch 2.
I can't wait for people to play this game. It just gets better and better.
There are some things that we just can't
Sure,
do
Reinhardt.
without a sequel. So thank you so much for your patience so far, and I hope you enjoy this behind-the-scenes look at Overwatch 2.
And here's the behind the scenes will start. Okay, from the PvP.
All of our players at home, they want to see one of the new maps that we've never talked about before.
Really,
Okay.
I can just talk about anything that I want to.
Yes.
You're serving this up to the guy that is like unintentionally leaked information in past interviews.
You can do it officially now.
Okay, so one of the maps that I'm most excited for in Overwatch 2 is our Rome map.
Okay, now they're playing the maps they didn't, they're finally announcing.
Overwatch version of Rome. We wanted a very romantic, sort of this powerful feeling of old world architecture. One of the most exciting things for me is the early building of these maps, where we get to sit down together with
Okay, the making of maps.
level designers, effects groups. We'll spend some time talking about moments in the game that we really want to see.
Oh, another Italian inspired map. And there's the Coliseum.
In the backdrop. And then we'll go back and do a paint over, or we'll do a concept painting of certain things based on that.
We try to draw inspiration from as many different sources as possible. For example, one of our environment artists had just taken a
Oh.
trip to Rome. And
He came to Italy.
with thousands of pictures and was so excited to work on a map set in Italy.
Yeah, they're inspired so much by my country. I'm really glad that's an Italian guy.
So we brought some
of that- really glad to hear that.
In real life, we kind of rebuilt in a kind of an Overwatch style.
It's one of the most beautiful pieces of environment art that I think we've made for the entire game, and it just absolutely took my breath away.
Yeah, looks like they like Italian environment so much.
Reveal more.
They got inspired.
Yes, Scott. Scott, why don't you have the honor? Why don't you reveal, like, is there an artified, like, let's pick an artified one.
I know what map I want to talk about. It's the one that I just get super excited about. New York City. New York City is just an amazing Overwatch location.
We're really striving to make it as authentic as possible while still putting this Overwatch spin on it.
There's a lot of amazing buildings and architecture pieces that just, especially for artists, stands out a lot. And they usually use this kind of Art Deco style from
the 1920s, 1950s.
Okay.
We started.
Okay, they're spy. They got a spy from the New York from the 50s.
Fire station, little pizza places,
So
and things that
a
people that are
fusion of
familiar
the modern
with
and
New
the
York City
old.
will either recognize or maybe see the reference that we're trying to make with some of our different locations. It feels like something you haven't seen in other games before because it's uniquely Overwatch.
Well, we should move on. Otherwise, we just have to reveal more maps. So we were talking about PvP. And, you know, one thing that I think is really interesting about PvP in Overwatch 2 is some of the philosophical changes we're making to the approach.
PvP feels different and new. We're upgrading our combat feel. The roles are playing differently. When it comes to all new maps, it's a pretty big departure from where we are on live right now. So I can't wait to see where we end up with it by the time we launch this thing.
Okay, so there will be some changes about Overwatch 2 PvP. It's like more updated.
That a hero can have based on what role they are. For example, currently in our internal builds, the tank heroes all have knockback reduction against them, and they also generate less ultimate charge for enemies that are shooting at them. Damage dealing heroes have a movement speed bonus, which is great for flanking around the map.
Okay.
And healing heroes, support heroes have automatic healing that kicks in after they haven't taken damage for a while, very similar to Mercy's passive, but a little bit of a lower rate.
One of the more shocking changes that we've been exploring in Overwatch 2 PvP is a change to the tank role entirely. That's applied to
They redesigned the.
try to make them more toe-to-toe brawlers and less characters that just stand back and protect other people.
So, for example, for Reinhardt, we've given him 2 charges of Fire Strike, so he can throw Fire Strikes a lot more aggressively and more often. Also, his charge, he's able to cancel it now, and you can steer it more aggressively, so you can, you know, not quite turn a corner, but you can definitely more accurately pin targets. And because you can cancel it, it allows you to use it much more aggressively and, you know, really go after those key targets without feeling like you're going to sacrifice, you know, all of your.
Okay, we will expect Reinhardt to be
able to unleash his full arsenal more often.
To be more aggressive.
With a shield.
The changes to Reinhardt that we're trying, and they might not ship, that's just the reality, but the changes that we're trying right now are to try to embrace more of that instinct that players have when they want to play a big burly character that looks aggressive and feels like it should be aggressive.
Okay, so basically tanks will be more tank instead to be support from behind.
Field group to really just work on what happens when a player holds the trigger.
We're putting a ton of effort into looking at all of our characters and trying to give them even a more visceral weapon feel.
From sound to VFX to animation to the design of these units, all new sounds for a lot of our weapons in the game, and a whole new sound system that's driving it. And we didn't just level up a unit, we leveled up the rest of the game.
Okay, so an improvements in audio of weapons and everything.
Fire sounds and just general combat feel feel really awesome. We're revisiting pretty much everything. Nothing's off the table, so we're looking at even kind of small things such as quick melee attacks that every hero has. So they have kind of new audio pass and a new kind of feel and visual effect when you hit things.
One of the bigger efforts we're undertaking for Overwatch 2 is what we're calling our Weapon 2.0 Sound Pass. What this is a big overhaul to the weapon systems in the game. That means the way the gun feels in your hands, you could feel the ammo running out as you're getting lower on the clip.
Okay, 2 pass, which is more immersive.
To better encapsulate the gameplay and the gunplay that comes with Overwatch 2. Another key for the weapons was getting them to feel like they're in the environment. This meant working with convolution reverb. It's a new system that we've implemented into Overwatch. It's a way that we can capture the acoustics of an environment and transport it onto the sounds that we're using. So we went and captured tails of guns in different environments through our weapon shoots.
Okay, so they capture the sounds from the environment in real life and then transport it to the game.
Support a lot more environments. Now we're sporting outdoor,
Okay.
urban outdoor, warehouse tails, tight tunnels, small rooms, and it gives a lot more presence to
Okay.
the weapons and the way that they react in the world.
The shooter genre.
So the sound will change based from where you are in a room on the open space or inside the building and so on.
The wonderful sound effects, but also with
Okay, so those kinds of sound effects, which is a dynamic feel.
chamber. And there's a lot of subtle little tweaks we have to do on the gameplay engineering side to make that feel really visceral. Everything from making sure that the camera shakes are crisp, making sure that if you get shot, you know exactly these tight indicators show up on the outside of your reticle. All these things play into making the game feel not just tight and responsive, but also modern and up to date. Take 76, for example. What we wanted to do in Overwatch 2 with his weapon was make it really feel incredibly powerful, and that happens with a bunch of different elements that mix together. But it really feels like the gun is almost just outside of your control. A lot of that comes down to this camera shake technology, where every time you fire the weapon, you want to feel like it's running through your entire body, and the camera shake gives that extra bite to every single shot out of the chamber. It makes him feel really great.
You guys got a sneak peek of Sojourn from last Blizzcon. She's been under development for quite a while, and she's actually quickly at this point become a lot of people's favorites in-house. When we look back at Overwatch when it was originally created, there was a lot of heroes that were made from a gameplay standpoint kind of surrounding a weapon type. For example, Pharah is based on a rocket launcher hero. Widowmaker is clearly like kind of the sniper. We thought there was a weapon that was kind of...
So they will remake the sound of every weapon based on the environment.
Have this really powerful shot that can, you know, rip through enemies if you really are accurate with it. And she's all about that aim skill. So if you got that aim skill, you'll love her.
We're still exploring new game modes, and we're also reevaluating older game modes that people are more critical of. You know, we're of the mindset maybe 2CP doesn't exist in Overwatch 2, and maybe there's a new cool game mode that replaces it. We really want Overwatch 2 to feel like the next evolution, a true sequel to the first game, not an add-on. It's not a small part. It's not an extension of the original game. This is an evolution and a replacement to the original game, and I think it's exciting. Hero missions are probably one of the things that's the hardest to wrap your head around if you've never played one of them.
Okay, so there will be missions for every hero.
Is for these to be this co-op PvE experience.
I personally only play competitive mode. Like, I'm all about that competition. And I have friends that they don't want to do that at all. So I'm really looking forward to a game that I can play hours and hours with my friends who aren't in competitive, and it's also something that I'm interested in.
Hero missions are the content that people are playing as they are leveling up their heroes. And so for a system like this to really sing, you need a lot of missions. We don't want players to feel like they're just in this.
So it will be like a co-op PvP,
Really
something like that.
Back-end technology that we're exploring, so that the heroes are constantly bringing their personality and some light story to these hero missions as well.
The goal is to make as many as possible, hundreds of hero missions. We've explored a lot of different ways of getting to that much content. So have like different sets of enemy units that people will be fighting against, and there's different hero mission types. At the same time, hero missions can take place in all of the multiplayer maps that we've done, and we're also
take
adding
place in
spaces
multiplayer
to
maps.
some of these maps.
It's a huge challenge for the art team. We take maps that a lot of people love and recognize, and we have to add a lot more art and level design to it.
In this one hero mission playtest, we came up to an area in Kings Row that usually has a gate
Yeah,
on
Kings
it.
Row.
Suddenly that gate opened, and I saw a new area of Kings Row that I had never seen before.
You may be playing a payload.
Okay, so an expansion of the original Kings Row.
Take this new route instead of going the usual route.
That was really, really cool. It was like this eye-opening special moment.
Lan, our lead tech artist on the environment side, very early on her own free time, made a prototype of a sandstorm on the Temple of Anubis map.
And at the time, we didn't know what we wanted to do with that, but it looked awesome.
We looked at it and went, oh my god, we absolutely have to do this.
So we put some new technology in
Oh,
place.
Petra, even
to
Petra.
do this dynamically. You start the mission off, clear day. Midway through the mission, suddenly this sandstorm or heavy weather would show up.
It made the world just feel so much more alive.
There's a sunset, daytime, nighttime, but depending on where you are in the world,
Oh, even the day-night cycle.
California or Hollywood would have what we call a California sun. In New Bonnie, there's a great African sun that happens there. You start to get a sense of space and mood. This is what really brings the levels to life.
For me, the dynamic world's exciting. Just seeing these dramatic landscapes, the wind and the atmosphere blowing by. It's a much more cinematic experience for the player.
Before you start a mission, you look at a map. It's nighttime in Necropolis, or there's a sandstorm in Necropolis. Players can make some comp choices based on knowing this information. Characters like Hanzo or Widowmaker start to be a little more valuable because they have abilities that allow them to see through the sand more clearly.
Must be like single-player missions.
Types of objectives in hero missions.
Yeah, let's talk about the objectives. Players are being asked to do different things from one hero mission to the next so that they all feel really fresh to the player.
For example, we have Gather and Return, where you're trying to go and grab these different canisters to kind of safeguard them so they don't go off and affect the population in a negative way. It creates this really cool tension in the world where on the one hand, you're trying to split up and go grab all these canisters to be as efficient as possible. But at the same time, now you're having these sort of special enemy units spawn that are really difficult. And if you kind of get caught by yourself, it turns into a pretty bad situation really quickly. And it feels extremely cooperative and like a very different way to interact with the Overwatch universe.
We're experimenting with all sorts of ideas, and just internally we have names like Wall of Death, Scavenger Hunt, and Kill Quest, and all these new
even quests are there.
enemies for people to experience. Players will be able to jump in night after night, play different hero missions, and then work through the progression system, leveling up their heroes.
Progressions
in
and
2019,
talents.
we started to talk about progression, and we showed the very early version of our talent system, which I think was really cool. We had that one talent where like Meg became the rolling snowball, which was a big hit. We've really blown that system out.
I'm real excited about talents. You can play the same hero in so many different ways. Now with the skill tree, you can have fun every night doing different things and kind of experimenting.
Oh, the Soldier 76 got more older.
And rich, and every
Got
single hero
older.
has different trees. You might open up 76's tree, and as you're leveling and
So
picking new
it's
talents,
like of
you're starting to
weapon
build
progression
We've had
in
some pretty
FPS,
hilarious
but
versions
for
of
talents,
the healing
with
one
heroes.
where his biotic field travels with him. It also repulses enemies. We called it the snowplow build, where 76 is like running through spaces, pushing enemies away from them.
Designing these is super fun because it's like we get to break all the rules that we've sort of established for ourselves, and we get to really take the gloves off and do crazy things. Like Junkrat can dual wield grenade launchers, and we've had Mercy be able to area effect res their whole team at once at super long range through walls. It's been a ton of fun, kind of like mad scientists making all this stuff.
You're all used to using these kind of kinetic weapons like Soldier 76's rifle or fire attack like what Reinhardt's Flame Strike does. As soon as you start to mutate these things with talents, all of a sudden maybe you're doing freeze damage or electrical damage, but it gives the animators a bunch of crazy opportunities.
Elemental damage.
Change to show them freezing and shattering. And if you shock someone with a lightning attack, they can shake in place and stun, maybe chain to other enemies. All sorts of stuff to make you feel like you're controlling the battlefield in novel ways.
As a huge RPG nerd myself, the first time I opened up the talent tree systems, it was like, oh my gosh, this is speaking my love language. Like, I just want to plan, and I want to see like where do I want to invest, and how am I going to play this character?
Yes, it's so great. And you start at the bottom of the tree. Like,
Yes,
oh my,
exactly.
Like Tracer gets to do what?
Yeah.
And then you start working and kind of planning how you're gonna get down there. It's like,
Yeah, Tracer can be a really pain in the butt. For sure.
Back at BlizzCon 2019, and we talk about some of the criticisms that we had. One of them, as a development team, that we felt was that the combat was just not engaging enough. So the fact that our combat wasn't highly engaging to us as players meant that we had a problem with the enemy units and that they just weren't feeling interesting enough.
Just because we show something to the public, it doesn't mean that that is what it's going to be. If we make discoveries where things aren't working how we want, they're not reading how we want, they're not fun enough, we're totally down to reinvestigate, reiterate, and just really find ways to level kind of all aspects of things until they feel good.
I would say a major focus of all of 2020 was to make the null sector enemy units more engaging.
Okay.
And some of this was
So they made even enemies from null sector.
evolving other units that we had.
Interesting combat for us is varied combat for us.
Well, I think it's,
So
yeah,
sometimes
they're
we're gonna ask you to
robots
protect
rather than
something
Omnics.
in Overwatch 2.
I don't know if it
Sometimes
is
we're
the
just
same
gonna
thing
ask
now.
you to get someplace. Sometimes we might ask you to escort something across a map while it's being attacked. And so it's a different type of spawning, and it's a different type of units that are in there, and it's a simpler objective.
There's a lot of units Aaron is talking about. Lots of different units, lots of different types. They serve different purposes. You do different things to them. It's really going to help a lot of us find the fun and make sure that Overwatch 2 is a blast.
One of those sets of enemies is what we internally call objective units. And they're typically units that don't even attack players. The simplest version would be something like the Breacher.
It's two legs with this huge bomb on its back. It was
Okay,
built
this is a Breacher.
slowly and methodically march towards its objective, and then it transforms, and the bomb opens up like a flower. It starts spinning.
The
and
Breacher is the
charging up, and
kamikaze.
You hear this awesome sound, and you know you have a little bit of time before it's going to explode, and you have to take it out.
We have units like the slicers, which you guys have seen before. They're little, we call them the chickens, like little chicken snares. They're really
Oh,
fast. You know, we have a guy we're experimenting
those
right now,
little
who flies and drops these bombs
people,
that create these
friends.
kind of ever-expanding smoke fields that you have to escape from, but because they're super deadly. So you really get to use your mobility options to kind of escape that.
There's things like the Polar. You could be moving
Mm.
through these darker alleys, and as soon as you hear that Polar spawn,
The
it
Polar.
suddenly becomes like really spooky and kind of scary.
This very tall, elegant.
Like the witch from Left 4 Dead then.
Blindfolded, 3 orbs that circle around her as her eyes, and we basically spun those orbs around her head as a big tell, launched them at the player, and then it activates this tractor beam, and it's bringing you in, and then you get this awesome like anticipation of the hair opening up, so you know what's about to happen.
Yeah, as the name says,
One thing we've
the
just
Polar.
recently been experimenting with is this idea of elite units. We didn't want the elite units to feel like they're just, oh, this guy's got double health and double damage. We want to make sure the elite units feel like they have different behaviors and have different attacks. So, for example, an Omnic Grunt, normally he just he fires his gun, he dies pretty simply. If you fight elite grunts, his weapon fires in a burst fire pattern. It's very deadly if you're close. And if you manage to take them out, they don't just die right away. They instead can crawl on the ground towards you, and you try to.
It looks like very, very hard to beat.
Artillery at BlizzCon. We're all just staring at this, and we're like, what are we gonna do to level this up?
One of the things we really felt wasn't coming through was the damage states. We intend for players to shoot these guns off, but currently it's not reading as something that can
Okay,
happen
he has
easily.
3 stages.
Design, we change the animation, and we go back and forth and just continually iterate.
We decided, hey, you know what? We're gonna just delete half of these damage states, so now it's super readable.
From an animation standpoint.
Oh,
we decided
okay.
on
So
speed,
you can
just did this really nice kick.
you can destroy cannons separately.
About the fire and shifts into place and boom.
It's really amazing to be fighting an artillery unit, and you can see the guns on the side, and as you're shooting the guns, they're actually visibly taking damage, and then you can blow them off, and it reacts and kind of stumbles to the side.
Yeah, we can blow them. We can blow them
A
off.
lot of the stuff we've showed so far, you're fighting null sector. These are evil killing machines intent on marching you down. The way you're going to stop them is by shooting them, and we want to make sure that feels responsive and visceral. Really making sure that when they take a hit, it feels like their whole body has been punched, almost like hit by a truck. That's what really sells this fantasy that you're playing these superheroes. One of the cool pieces of technology that we created was what we call chain hit reactions. Oftentimes you'll find null sector bunched up, marching maybe a half a dozen units abreast. You expect if you shoot one, they're gonna knock into their buddies. So we make that happen. Turns out it's really fun too.
Oh, chain reaction. Oh, finally.
One of the things that we showed last year at Blizzcon was the new looks for our heroes. The theory kind of going in was like, you want to preserve the essence of your hero, but also kind of show that that hero's evolved and kind of changed and moved forward. So we have a lot more new looks. So I'm excited to see how players and fans react to all of the ones that we've done so far.
Maybe we'll share some of those.
I'm curious to know how they change, how much they changed the heroes. We had a look at Soldier 76, for example.
First villains with Reaper and Widowmaker. But first, I wanted to talk a little bit about technical wear, kind of like technical clothing. What that really is using very techy fabrics, as well as having very intricate but functional straps designed in a way that it's very aesthetically pleasing. With McCree, we took a couple different approaches. He's got this classic cowboy look that it's really hard to mess with, because if you try to make him too sophisticated or too techy, it might not feel right for the character. But as a concept artist, you always want to change things around and try different shapes and silhouettes. So we did identify as Red Serape as the main thing for McCree. We also tried a couple different things with McCree's cowboy hat. We didn't really want to mess with that too much, because that's a very iconic part of him. So that's another piece that we kept. We tried some retro cowboy looks that mixed in some tech here and there.
Yeah, just a little bit of upgrade from the original game
We gave him
of
a little bit
McCree.
of a longer beard, and it really gives him a nice kind of like a more aged look. What's different about Farah than some of our other heroes is Farah's completely covered in armor. We didn't want to change her silhouette too much. It was more about experimenting on different colors. So it felt really appropriate for her to be the one to harken back to those
more
colors.
More upgraded like Iron Man.
Farah was her visor. Instead of being completely opaque and reflective, we tried a little bit more of a transparent approach, and being able to see through it a little bit now allows us to see some of her
Of course. She was a bit blind.
I was very excited to work on, because I could see a lot of potential in how we can integrate his clothes,
Even Reaper got upgrades. More menacing.
We can make all those shapes really sing within that classic, Reaper silhouette. We tried a couple takes with the first pass, like completely silver arms, more layers to his jacket.
Or more badass, for sure. More badass.
But the thing you'll notice immediately is that it's now completely silver. Instead of the bone white, he's got this like almost like deadly edgy silver that just gives him that classic Reaper look.
I like him so much
then. With Widowmaker, we started with the idea stage, exploring a breadth of ideas. We tried things like a more insectoid approach, treasure hunter. One of them made her feel like a classic Bond villain, so we kind of steered it back towards one of the more cyberpunk looking ones, almost like a futuristic femme fatale, which is basically what Widowmaker is, but she even feels more upgraded. So I'm super glad that we went down this route. We played with different hairstyles too. Widowmaker has the really long ponytail that's really key part of her look. And we really liked the hairstyle on one of the designs that was more of a braid, and it was really interesting look that also preserves Widowmaker's original silhouette with that long ponytail.
We've been
remastered of
cloth look better.
Widowmaker.
Cloth tech, we're going to be able to make some really cool, unique silhouettes that will help them stand out from other heroes. We put a lot of time and effort into our face rig, and what I mean by that is we're going to be able to get really close to these characters, and it's going to feel really cool. It is absolutely worth the time and the effort to invest in the technology, and that way we can make these characters do more things that we haven't really been able to do before.
It's been super exciting working on the new looks for Overwatch 2.
Reinhardt got scars.
To watch the team try things that
and Brigitte have been changing so much too.
Can't wait to show up more in the future.
Now that they have Elombet.
Is probably the largest opportunity we've had since the inception of the franchise to really expand what Overwatch even means to our players. In 0 Hour, we saw that some of the heroes got back together, but we're also seeing that there seems to be a second huge Omnic uprising. We're going to learn who's behind that uprising, why that's happening, how globally spread is it.
So a second Omnic crisis.
Group, they were really the torchbearers of what the big story is that we were going to tell for this game.
We have a lot of interaction with them. They're working on in-game cinematic intros and outros for every one of our story missions.
The usual Iris lover.
Collaboration grow and develop. The story is just a little more integrated into our missions than it ever really has been before. All the available heroes get dialogue for a given mission. We have NPCs. We have multiple hero choices.
We have all sorts of events that are happening that are driving players to interact with each other or parts of the environment or other characters.
The world of Overwatch is this bright, shiny future.
Toronto,
so how do you take
the home of arcade.
conflict in it? How dark can the world of Overwatch go?
The different challenges that these characters are going to have to overcome in Overwatch 2 are things that they haven't ever dealt with before or dealt with on this scale. So what we had to do was literally strip it down to those bare bones of where are these characters in their lives. Overwatch has been disbanded, and now there's a situation where the world's in trouble.
Looks like more
and the world needs the heroes.
more
again,
good looking
but they're not allowed
in
to be
the
doing what they were
cinematics.
supposed to be doing.
We started to book these off-site locations so we could brainstorm over and over different versions of what the Overwatch 2 story campaign could be.
And we basically had these whiteboards that we were carting around everywhere.
The room was filled with whiteboards.
Story.
And we would just write every day.
So
Story beats
we
with the characters,
can have
who was
some
doing what and
single
where.
player?
Oh my gosh, we forgot this character.
We had these giant sticky notes, and each one of them would be a mission with a bunch of notes on it. You know, somebody say, well, what if we moved Rio to the end? And they'd physically grab it off the wall and stick it on the end.
And we did this for a while, you know, until we all felt that it was pretty close to what we wanted.
Then we could send it to our writers' rooms. The writers' rooms then had a much clearer direction of where we wanted this process to go.
Ultimately, we come up with something that we
Boy,
think
make
is
me
right
shivers.
for the game.
I'm so
And then we pitch it
excited
back to
for
the game
that.
team, and they point out everything
Because of
we
it.
missed.
And that allows us to actually back up and go and make it right and make it better.
Because the scale of this story is so huge, it takes place over the whole world, basically. It just requires a constant iteration, constant refinement to make the story as best as we can make it.
From writing, we go to storyboards.
Bastion.
Storyboards get crafted with the edit. From there, it'll go to a previs department where they'll start to flesh it out in 3D. Once we've kind of figured out our camera work and our cinematography, that'll then go to the animation
That
department.
was Eco?
And then we end up going right into the game engine.
One of our challenges was
Bastion.
to figure out how to integrate this story and this narrative
Against Reinhardt.
with the gameplay.
So if the intro cinematic ends with this huge battle, this huge war, when you get into the game, it has to mesh and feel the exact same way and blend together.
We really are also trying to get the music to be equally as consistent from in-game cinematics straight through to the mission. Adam Burgess, our lead composer, has been working with the IGC team, with the game team, developing themes for all of the heroes, all of the locations.
As the cinematic director, whatever we're crafting should never override the gameplay. We want to make sure that the player's experience going from the cinematic to the gameplay is seamless and it feels like a completely immersive
So
experience.
more immersion.
Years, we have to find a way to actually make that come to fruition. The choreo tool is a tool that allows people to coordinate different events to happen at the same time. Like in Rio, if you played our demo, one of the buildings explodes, and so that
Okay,
kind
so
of event needs to happen as you're running by. And if you
implementation
have
of the
time,
game's
if you play that too early,
physics.
then you don't see it. It allows story moments in missions that interact with the environment, that interact with our characters.
The new tech, the new abilities that we have now are allowing us to push our storytelling farther than we could have previously.
What's also really powerful about choreo is that, you know, if somebody has an idea, they can mock things up really quickly.
We got to show the Widowmaker making this awesome introduction. And Casey was able to quickly put a really rough prototype in choreo. And Philip would come in and on the fly, he's making quick changes.
Oh.
They play tested something that would normally take weeks. It was done in like a matter of days.
Each story mission has its own custom map built for it, and these maps are absolutely gigantic.
India is one of our biggest maps, and it's a fun map
I
because
like
it has
it.
a few story beats that we've taken from.
I wonder
recent
where
comics
this
and
map
characters
is.
in the game.
Where?
We've written a history
Mods.
for each city. So that
Looks like
cities will
India.
live in. And I think that informs the artists so that they know like what it is that the city has been through.
Gothenburg was our chance to show Torbjorn's workshop. We created a space that kind of
the
fits his
ironclad.
height. So there's, you know, step ladders and scalable tables. We designed the space as if we were Torbjorn.
Looks like the
All steel is
Torbjorn
pouring out of
workshop.
walls. It's pretty epic when you walk into it. Toronto was under siege by Null Sector when the players arrive here. There's a dynamic snowstorm. So as you make your way through the level, the snow is slowly building up. Suddenly by the end, the characters are caught in this gigantic snowstorm
Zarya.
and they must
And
fight.
Zarya will be in the
In
sequel.
Overwatch 2, we want to give you choice to be able to play this character or that character. So we're designing a lot of systems around how their relationships develop over the course of the story missions in the campaign.
Yeah, that's most important, to see some people's background
all on
and
screen, all at the same
their
time. And it's
relationships
fantastic
with
to
each
actually see
other.
them all interacting and working together in ways that we've never actually seen. We've always thought about it and hoped for it, but now it's actually happening.
It actually requires us to have a whole new branching dialogue system. If you happen to have Genji and Mercy in the second mission of the game, you might get different dialogue that's about
Okay,
their
the
relationship.
voice pickup
Voice
lines.
actors bring the characters to life
Oh.
in ways that everybody has fallen in love with.
Voice
From
actors.
Inside Blizzard to the fans, just to hear this collection of actors all together, all interacting, has been a real treat.
That's
I
cool.
wish people could see
Really cool.
how many people are involved when it comes to something like telling the story of Overwatch. It doesn't just come from a singular person. It comes from a group, and it's a really talented, fun group that all works together.
We've been developing what we hope is one of the best stories ever. There's some key story moments that I'm really excited about, and I really can't wait to see how people react to it.
Whoa, a female Soldier 76 with that rifle.
We've been talking about the game, about this universe. I know you all love it so much.
Right now,
I surely love it.
Have a night of Overwatch 2 and have it be a really fun experience. And I think we need some more time till we can say it's perfectly polished in the way that we want it.
We've made such incredible strides since we first announced this and showed it to the community at Blizzcon in 2019.
The thing that I'm most excited about is that moment when we hand the game over to the players.
We want to create something that really moves people, really touches people.
That's why we do it. We
No,
create the
poor
game
May.
because we want it
And
to
Tracer
become part of your
too. Come
life
on.
and
Don't make me
for
cry.
you to experience it.
For Overwatch 2, we're upping the bar.
It's
I'm sure the gameplay will make me cry.
The new tech and the new aesthetics for the new looks bring you closer to the characters that you love, and we're just getting started.
The fidelity of the gameplay experience is much richer.
We are making cinematics that push the boundary of what we can do to tell stories.
We want this dynamic world. We want things to feel alive.
I'm really looking forward to being able to expand the world of Overwatch for our players.
We're really trying to tell this epic story.
In order to make a game great, it takes time, energy, collaboration.
We have just an incredibly professional team of designers and artists and engineers.
We just love bringing this world to you guys. So many cool characters. It's just a blast working on it.
Our goal is for Overwatch 2 to be the worthy successor to the first game, to be the next evolution, and to be a true sequel.
I have a good feeling that it will be a very great game as a successor of Overwatch, the first one.
Loving playing it over and over.
That's what we want to try and capture. I'm jumping in, I'm playing, let's go be heroes.
Well, really amazing, even from the logo. I mean, there will be very nice things. The hero missions is what intrigued me the most, as well as the new heroes looks. And now they're seeing that we can win StarCraft game for Reinhardt. But I have to buy the loot boxes from
Dolby
the
is a
tier 2.
proud partner of BlizzConline. Watch Shock versus the World in Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos, only in the Dolby
Okay.
Access app.
Thank you so much.
Coca-Cola, the official
And
refreshment of
what I
BlizzCon
wanted to say is that I'm very curious about the hero missions and the new look of heroes. and that's great. Oh, this is the current lunar year of new skins for every hero and the year of the ox. And I'm still doing this too, so the next streams up to the February 24th, I will stream it. So I will still have to keep the Reaper skins and icons and spray. So it's very nice having to attend to.
Let me show you how.
Ash and Bob.
Turning up the heat.
Okay, so the hero skins.
Give me your best shot.
Nice song. Okay, I have one, even this, and now I need Reaper. Okay, the bounty hunter. The mode, the game mode in this game, in the during the Year of the Ox event, the Lunar Year event.
I've still got it.
Okay, so until 25, yeah, 25. Okay. Okay, so these are the short thing about the 30th anniversary. So it will be like a recap, or this is like advertisements. Okay. 45. It should start soon. Okay. Voices of Overwatch. And let's see what they have to do, what they're telling.
Welcome to BlizzCon Line. My name is Andrea Toyas. I'm the Senior Casting Voice Director at Blizzard. It's my great honor and privilege to be charged with finding all the great voices for your favorite games and bringing them to life in the studio. And today, I'm losing my mind with joy because I'm in shock that we get to do yet another voice actor panel, Voices of Overwatch, featuring our beloved characters from our most beloved game. I know it's crazy times, I know it's uncertain and scary and hard, but just know that we at Blizzard and all of our actors and people that we work with think of you and love you every day, and I know that you know that I mean that. So here we are now with Voices of Overwatch. And on top of that, I want to tell you something else because I feel like I have to talk
Wanted to see.
Look what they've. Can you see? I hope the camera gets what they've done.
The Voices of Overwatch.
Those are the exact chairs I wanted. The exact.
Whoa, people are streaming so much Overwatch right now.
They love you so much, and
70,000.
So much they did this. So I just want to give mad gratitude and love to the BlizzCon events team because they did this. They gave us this space and they're giving us this time because they know that without you, those of you who care about the voice actor panels, none of us would be here. So I love you. Thank you for joining. I hope you have a great panel. We've got a great show ahead.
Okay.
And welcome to the Voices of Overwatch voice actor panel for BlizzCon Line. I mean, I wish you were all here right now because I can literally, I've got chills to look around the room and see these people here. It just seems like a dream. This is not going to feel real till we go home tonight. It's not going to feel real. And you guys, usually I like to do my big surprise, who's behind door number 1, but unless they walk through the library, that wasn't going to work. So here's the grand reveal of all of our wonderful participants. So I think you know everybody on this stage, but let me go through introductions just to kind of get us all on the same page. So of course, we could not have an Overwatch panel without the mayor of BlizzCon himself, Lord Darren DePaul, also known as Reinhardt. There we go.
Okay. They're in the pool.
Have it. I would hit a cameraman if I threw candy. It's not happening. Hi, I'm Darren.
Yay!
Nice.
I forgot to say you guys.
I like him. He's very friendly.
Smiling faces, but you're not here, so you got to promise me that you're clapping at home, please. And then, of course, we have to have our beloved dad. We have to have Soldier 76, also known as Fred Shore.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah.
Happy to be here.
Oh, my.
And really glad that you let me use my apartment. Thank you.
Oh, nice. Recognize the voice.
Oh, my goodness. And then, of course, our beloved power female, totally kick-ass and wonderful in the game, our delicious diva, also known as Charlotte Chung. Yay! Oh my God, I love it.
Charlie Chan. Oh, the voice of Diva.
If I had my way, I'd have
Nice.
the whole cast on this stage. It's
I like
so
her
difficult,
too.
You know, having to work with the Overwatch team and shoes is so difficult. But we just had to get the ones we love them all, but this is who we ended up with, and we've got our fabulous. I don't really think you guys have heard of Matt Mercer before. He's new.
Okay, so there we're going to hear the hardship and the various aspects of the of what voice actors the voice actors experience during the job as the voice actors of Overwatch 2 heroes.
To introduce you to Jeannie Volet, who plays Echo. So Jeannie,
welcome.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Yes, and I know you can't see our fans.
Oh, even Echo there will be in Overwatch 2.
Let's just pretend they're out there and say, we love you, we love you, we love you, we love you. Yes. And then, as you know, I always love to have somebody from the team, so I'm really honored and delighted to bring somebody to you from the Overwatch team, the creative director, Jeff Chamberlain. So this is Jeff Chamberlain. Jeff, everybody. Yes. And Jeff, you and I never talked about this, but I'm so excited. I never tell you this. I need to tell you I love you more, Jeff. But because Jeff and I have worked together for so long, I remember you and I in early StarCraft 2 sessions together. I mean, we go way back. We're OGs together. So it's always really cool to work with Jeff and have him join us. So thanks, Jeff.
My pleasure. It's always fun to, get into the recording booth with you and figure these characters out.
Yeah. Awesome. And Jeff would love to be here, but like all of us, he's got to stay extra safe for his family. Otherwise, he'd be sitting on my lap right now, right, Jeff? I think we'd be cuddling probably, or I'd be, one of those. So there's so much I want to talk about. I wish we had all day. We don't. So I just want to, my goal, as I said earlier in the monologue, is to have you in my living room. So the first thing I want to talk about is, how's everybody doing? It's been a tough year. It's been crazy. And I just want to ask everybody, we can go in rotation or talk together. I had a tough year. I'm doing great now. Anytime I get to be with you, I'm great. How's everybody? How you doing? Tell me about how you've been since we last saw you.
I'm fine.
Okay, they're explaining how they're doing during these times.
This has been a time of distance, and yet we still find our connections where we can, whether it's online or just passing someone on the street and waving from a distance. It's sharing our hearts, and that's what I love about what we've created here. And every year we come back to it and add more people that we adore and say, welcome, it's nothing but joy. Welcome to our little world of yes.
I love that.
Yeah, that's most important.
Getting by, like, do you get? I'm sure you get sad, but how do you just joy and gratitude and?
Yeah, we moved to a new house.
Congratulations.
It's like our first adult house ever. But we have an office and we record, and very, very lucky, knock on everything. Work keeps going, and that keeps you going. A lot of our friends in the Broadway community have not been working. We lost someone from a show a long time ago yesterday. So we've been losing a lot of our people. And I think you go back
that's most
to
important.
what brings you comfort, and it's spending Zoom calls with those people.
So they're talking about the current time, the pandemic times, and the loss we had, and what's important to how to face against.
That world was the world I liked to run around in and visit little shopkeepers that would go,
Well, these are their personal experience, so how they're doing.
I love
but you know me, I'm just a big mouth stupid.
I love it. And I got to give a shout out. Look at Darren. Even in a pandemic, he's dressed just impeccably.
Always.
And we found out they make
It's Photoshop.
It's Photoshop.
Yeah, for sure. It's Photoshop.
Suit onesies, you said?
Pajamas.
We need to get a Kickstarter and buy him a whole wardrobe of suit onesies. Yes.
Yay!
You'll look amazing. It's going to be a Blizzcon Overwatch sleepover next time.
Yeah.
Yes.
You always have a bow tie on. Why did you pick the tie?
I changed it up.
Oh.
I had some bow ties earlier, and then I did ties and liked them. My sister has a store, and I call her. She has a high-end men's store, and I'll call her and I'll say, hey, I want this, and I order it, and that's my way of helping her out because business has been rough, and I'm like, give me this.
Is this in New York? Or?
No, she moved to San Antonio, Texas, and she's been in Texas for a long time. My parents had moved. Those are sad stories that we do not want to get into about stuff. But it's still having that connection. Just my father was a clothing designer.
That's right.
And the Reinhardt voice is kind of him, and
That's right.
So he would like it. He'd go, "You look good."
You,
right?
you look amazing.
Yes.
You
But bow
always.
ties are good on you as well.
It's so hard not to just bite your face.
Oh,
I just want to bite you so bad.
the Reinhardt style voice.
Yes, it's true. Well, how's everybody else? How's everybody doing?
Hanging in.
Yeah. We're very, very lucky to be able to keep doing this.
Yes.
I've got a toddler. I've been quarantined with a toddler.
Zemo.
He's amazing. Yeah, my little guy, and my wife and I have been having actually a really good time. I mean, it's a handful, but it's been so great to just be able to get out of the recording booth and then just play with him, as opposed to 2 hours of traffic. Not complaining about traffic, just saying it's really a blessing. I mean, I hate what's happening to the world, with the virus and the economic thing and just everything that's happened. But it's been a real blessing to be at home, actually, because I've lived out of my car for so long. And so this has been really nice. I like being at home, growing food and.
Yeah, he said he's saying some nice irony to not be too much dramatic from this current time, the economic, downturn and so on.
Stuff that you're talking about, but but there's
American Utopia.
Yeah, all of that.
So good.
But there's just so many things. So it's been a blessing.
I miss seeing you at the gym.
I know. I miss it. We both lived downtown, and we would catch each other at the Y. It was very, very cool.
Wow, Soldier 76 and Reinhardt working
we're
out?
actually working out at the Y.
Because I want to go there whenever this
We did. I used to live around the corner from college. So there's always this little world of
And I would see him walking down the street to the gym with
Wow.
his gym bag.
3 Overwatch characters all living
in this
close.
one little area. I know, it's pretty funny. Yeah.
Tell me what the interaction was like between Soldier 76 and Reinhardt at the gym.
Hey, how are you?
I'm going to pump you up. That was a line another German said.
I'll let you to it. I'm going to hit the pool. All right.
They're playing with, they're talking with, and acting like they were the actual heroes themselves, and it was really nice. It's very funny. I like it.
Oh my gosh. Well, to Fred's point, I think kids keep you really grounded. I don't have kids, I got pets, which are like my kids, but
Beautiful
kids
pets.
keep you centered though, right?
Yeah, so do pets.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, they do. Actually, they do, and it's and you'll be
Yes.
hearing from this one here. It's amazing to try to just have the time to dial in to his thinking and to what he's playing and and seeing this personality and this body just forming right in front of your eyes. It's just astounding. It really is. It's one of the best things and most challenging too.
Yes.
But it's a happy challenge.
Yes. And I think it reminds us that nothing else matters, I would imagine, with your child. Talking about forming humans, Charlotte. Charlotte's formed some humans. Tell us,
Need a
Charlotte.
baby diva.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes the diva.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride, and going through all of that through the pandemic has been an interesting kind of situation, but a really blessed one because, like Fred said, we have been able to spend a lot of time with our kids. But this is sort of a full circle moment for me because 5 years ago, at the very first Overwatch panel for Blizzcon, I was here with these lovely gentlemen, and it
Explaining our experience from 5 years ago to today, since the Blizzcon panel.
kind of shared on social media, but I had lost a baby 2 weeks before Blizzcon. I had a miscarriage. It was my first pregnancy, and then and you look back and you
It's pretty sad.
You know, at the time things don't make sense, but it does in hindsight. And when I look back and knowing that then I had gotten, sort of rushed into this world of Overwatch and the fans and BlizzCon, and how much it changed my life since then, it all sort of makes sense, the timing of life and whatnot. But I came in with a lot of sadness, actually, at that BlizzCon. But then having met you all, that really just changed my life and in so many ways. I got sat next to
That's
Ray,
meaningful
Papa
from
Signature.
there.
I love it.
And he was actually my favorite. He voices my favorite character in Call of Duty, and so I was.
Oh, we're gonna Call of Duty.
And yes, and
Look
Fred
at
and
you.
Matt were going back and forth. Like you guys probably don't remember this, but I was in back of you watching it in line, and you guys were doing voices and stuff, and I was shaking like a leaf because it was such a. It's a nerve-wracking, intense moment. There were 2,000 people in the room that day. Since then, I think I was on a panel with Matt in Atlanta with like 5,000 people, and then of course you went to the UK and did one for like 100,000 people. So you're on a different, level.
You
but
showed none of those nerves. I can tell you that.
You did so great.
But
Yeah,
I learned so much, especially sitting next to Fred and seeing just his love for our fans and whatnot. And so yeah, just then from coming from the loss, and then 5 years later, I made a baby last year. His name is Guy, and I made a baby this year. Her name is Gal.
Guy and Gal?
Guy and Gal.
So good.
Boy and girl.
That's
we kept it
amazing.
simple, but yeah, it's definitely just a really heartwarming moment, and I'm so glad to be back with all of you, and welcome to Jeannie as well. And it's been it's so wonderful to be back.
We made it through. I'm so happy to see you. I want to talk about how you guys were on the original panel, so I want to get into how your lives have changed, and that's such a beautiful story. Before we go there, Jeannie and Matt and Jeff, I mean, how you guys been doing this last year? You've been holding steady, good days, bad days, everything in between days?
Everything and
Okay, now is
more and sometimes less.
Echo's voice actor.
I came into
Well, actress,
the
sorry.
world just as the pandemic hit. I remember
we had a session like right before.
So what's this moment is like the point of view of each voice actors and their personal experiences, and how the pandemic hit them, how their lives changed, and this is very useful to grasp how each of us has their lives affected by the virus.
And to brace myself for that communication and that connection with the fans, which has really been quite lovely. I wasn't sure because I'm quite a private person, and I'm quite shy in my own world. I'm definitely a bit of a hermit. I write a lot. That's my other thing. I do a lot of creative writing. So I wasn't sure what was going to come knocking at my door or slide into my DMs, and it has been nothing but joy, as you were saying before, and just knowing how open, how loving, how sharing the whole community has been. It's like, wow, we're all just human beings trying to get through it. And
what she thinks about the community reaction from things of humanity to this moment, how people reacted.
I want to communicate, I want to connect, I want to take those deep dives, and sure enough, there'll be a message. And it's someone who I don't know just saying, hey, this is what's happening with me today, or you'll never guess what, this happened, or I'm feeling like this. And at first, I'm not a professional psychiatrist or therapist or any of those things, but so having someone share information during a time when we all really need to share, I was quite scared of giving out information that was like, oh God, what is this going to do then? But realizing it's okay to share a little bit of yourself.
It's like to talk about our struggles. It is very important to do.
But there will be
when we struggle to something, and the difficulty, the hardships of life, that is important.
I pull my dogs in and I give them a cuddle, and I crack open the karaoke mic and I put on YouTube. And all of a sudden I'm like, babe, I'm going to sing badly, okay? And he's like, all right. And I hear his door close.
Sounds like we're going to do that soon.
I think we need to do that.
I think we need to do that. Yeah.
I hear his door close over as well. And then I just bust out some tunes, and music, it really heals. Video games, I am not a gamer, and I think I've said this a lot in social media, but my husband plays a lot of different games, and at Overwatch, I've watched him play, and just storytelling in whatever format. Films, I'm a big film buff. I absolutely love that long, medium format. Animation, my husband's an animator, creative director. So any kind of storytelling to connect us to being human and humanity, that's getting me through right now.
I think you're right. That word connection, I think, is more important than ever. Like I was saying earlier to these guys, and I said on the WoW panel, I'll never take a hug for any kind of connection, any text, message, anything is so important now. I think it's been hard days, but it slowed us down to remind us what's important. So Matt, how are you doing? I mean, I know you don't really have much to do. You're probably sitting around all the time doing nothing.
Yeah.
Not much in your world that's exciting.
No, I'm hanging in. I'm hanging in. I feel very lucky that I can still be so busy in this time, but to me, it also means it's an opportunity to try and get other people busy as well. You know, it's to a sense connection. A huge part of connection is community, and we all have to rely on each other, especially in times of crisis like this. So it's, you know, helping out with mutual aid funds, GoFundMe's that you see in social media. With me and my friends that have our company Critical Role, we finally launched our Critical Role Foundation charity, and are just trying to do what we can to get other people hired and find work and business for other people. And so it's just, it really brings a lot of things into perspective about when you have the opportunity, when you have the platform to use it to lift others up with you, because who knows when you'll need their help to pick you up as well. And that's kind of been a really big,
That's right.
further clarifying theme in these moments. So that's been very fulfilling, as much as it's been also very tiring. But whereas we don't have any children, we did get a dog.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What kind?
He's a corgi.
Oh, gorgeous.
Pembroke Welsh corgi.
Oh, nice corgi.
Yeah, there you go. Yep. I don't think we didn't
The
immediately.
puffy butt, as I nicknamed from him.
But we've wanted to get a dog for a long time, and we've just out of the house so often that if we're gonna get a dog, we need to spend those first few months that are so important to bond and help raise them properly. And we only really got that with this pandemic, and we were like, well, if this is the time that we're going to be at home to do this, let's do it. So his name's Omar, and he's been a huge anchor in our life through a lot of our anxieties and all the challenges. But moments like this, being able to be in this panel with you wonderful people, to invite you into our crazy, ridiculous family, is very, very much cherishing these moments and appreciative for when they do come. So.
Yes. And for me, my animals, I've got 3 black cats and a dog, and it's like those are my frontline workers, are my animals, because they anchor me. So Jeff, how are you? I mean, Jeff, Blizzard, I feel like all of my friends at Blizzard are working so hard, and Jeff, is impossible because your schedule is so full. I think you're working harder now. Jeff, how are you doing? I mean, work and life, how are you? I don't ask you that enough.
From the other side.
Obviously, it's a balance between being aware and respectful of everything that's going on in the world, but then also finding the silver lining. So on the Overwatch team, you know, we're all on Zoom all day long and meeting up and just cranking through the game and making it as good as we can. The one thing that I actually have enjoyed during all of this is I have a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old, and you know, in between meetings, I can go in and get a hug or a high five from them. That's awesome. I feel closer to them now than I ever have. Not that I love them more or anything like that, but just that I get to spend more time with them than I did when I was in the office all day. So that's really nice. And also it's the same thing with my wife. And then the other thing I think that's really nice, and some people also mentioned this, is that now everybody's on, you know, some sort of format of communication through their computers. I actually spend more time with my siblings who are all over the country. And just the other day, my son, who's 6, played a board game with my brother, who's much older than 6. So it was just fun to watch, you know.
Nice.
Fun. And you know, I reconnected with 2 of my childhood friends who I really don't get an opportunity to talk to that much anymore. But you know, we get online and talk to each other much more than we ever have before. So I just see it as like a really horrible thing that's going on, but it's forced us to find another way to you know, enjoy each other. And in some ways, it's actually opened up new avenues to reconnect with people that, you know, we may have lost that opportunity in the past.
Amen to all of that. So I mean, it's just amazing. And so I'm going to ask you quickly, Jeff, and I'm going to talk about what we've been through. Since we're on you, Jeff, I mean, we're all trying to get Overwatch 2 done. I mean, how is it? You know, we were talking on the WoW panel that when we're at Blizzard, we could all jam together, be in the room together, have ideas, get a coffee, do our thing. We can't do that now. So what's it been like to try to bring Overwatch 2 to life when you're remote and you don't have those same connective tissues that we had when we were on campus. How's that going? And tell us every single secret about Overwatch 2 while you're doing it. So just let's do both of those. So what's it?
That'll get you the whole panel.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Sorry.
It's interesting. It's interesting that you pick up on that. I think when we first started doing this, it was a lot more challenging for us because, you know, we often would get into it, what we would call a writer's room or a jam.
So they got more difficult and challenging as well as rewarding in when they finish development of the game.
You know, that sort of thing. And as soon as you get online, that's not quite as possible because, you know, an interruption online, the audio doesn't really, it isn't quite as natural, if you know what I mean. But I think we struggled with it initially, but then ultimately, I think we all got used to the format and we found ways to continue to have those sort of jam sessions. And I'm in them almost all day, every day. And we're just constantly trying to figure out new things and refine things and figure out new story beats and all that stuff. So yeah, I think we've adapted. I guess that's the best way.
So how's Overwatch 2 looking? Best thing ever? No secrets. Damn it.
How he thinks it asked it.
Nothing. Doesn't love us. That's fine. Well, I'm so happy, and it's really great. The creativity still goes on. It was hard for me at first, but you know, it's something to focus on during hard times. But what I want to talk about, the main gist of this panel was, so the reason, obviously Jeannie's new, which is why she's here, but I looked at the panel from 2016 and was like, let's bring the original players back, because I don't think at 2016, any of us really logged in what was going to happen with Overwatch and how our lives were going to change. I mean, I'll never forget one quote I always talk about. Fred, I'm going to quote you. Fred said, you know, Fred does lots of cons, and his wife turned to him and with a Soldier 76 success, said to him, when did you turn into one of the Beatles? Like, so I want to open table this. And then Gina will come to, because I want to talk all about what it's like.
Some things about Soldier 76.
You are all like ridiculously loved and famous and cherished and beloved. What's it been like? Tell me, since that panel in 2016, now you're rock stars. We have to, for those of you who've not been to Blizzcon, when Darren was in the Hilton bar one night, we had to form a human shield. We had to form a human shield because we were getting mauled.
We had to tank for the tank.
Yeah, a tank for tank. So,
We're my shield.
Yeah. So for anybody, so did you, questions, what was it like? Did you think, tell me what it's been like.
You did. Kind of. Because I told you, that was my first ever cast panel. Ever. And just being there at BlizzCon, and I'd gone the year before just to attend when it was announced. I'm like, this is amazing. And to be announced, and we were all waiting and meeting everybody and being so excited, and I was the second. And Cara Theobald was first, and I had my candy, and I was standing there, and I was really nervous, and I was kind of tearing up, and I was seeing everybody cheer, and I went, the minute you step out there, everything changes. Because I'm like, this is a big thing. We love this so much. We were hoping that they did. But it did. It's this incredible journey that we've gone through. And every year that we return to these characters and kind of don these vocal clothes, again, I keep saying it's joy, and I'm overwhelmed by that. But it became this force for good. And I don't think that's what we expected.
That's right.
That it was this positivity and that we could always be joyful whenever we met, you know, people or
how they felt how their faces the challenge of during development of the game into 2016.
Just bring candy, it'll be a thing. And it's just always been joyful. So yeah, I guess in a way I kind of went, everything did change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That day.
I don't think anybody's expected it to be a phenomenon. Like, you know, a lot of us have worked in games to an extent, and they can vary on how well they're accepted or people engage with it. But this had such a global impact. And here we are 5 years later, and it still has such an impact, and we're gearing up for the sequel. And along with that joy, it's also a unique responsibility. To the point that where the community is looking to us in hard times to be a beacon of light. We're a reminder of joy and a reminder of strength and heroism in a time where that seems to not always be present in a lot of other forms of the media and the world around us. And yeah, it's a video game. It's a work of fiction. But what work of fictions have always done is remind us what we want to achieve, how we want to make things better. It's that inspiration that keeps us thinking about how we can better ourselves
Yeah.
in the situation in the world around us. And it,
So what I said
I don't know.
before during
Very
the
thankful to be a part
opening
of so many
ceremony
wonderful
is that
people,
games
and
are
the fact
a
that
way
we
to
can
be
still, all this
inspired
time later,
to
be
think
inviting
about how we
amazing
have
new
to
people into
base the
this
life
group, this family, to bring
in
their own joy
the
and light
best
to it,
way
and just be
possible.
so excited for each other and for everyone else in this community to engage with it. It's joyful. Once again, you hit it on the nail.
I just need you to say that Overwatch is a million times more important than Critical Role. Can you just say that? I'm just wondering if we can get that on
I am
tape.
legally unable to speak about this.
But I know you think it.
Very different engines. Very
We can
different
call it
beasts.
Joyful Watch.
Joyful
Watch. Joyful Watch. That's the
So
deal.
they're described in one word, joyful.
I can tell you, Overwatch, much more polished.
Okay. Yeah.
We're a bunch of slapdicks
Yeah.
just messing around on the
Well,
internet. So.
it's still amazing. But I think you hit a good point. Like we always say at Overwatch, it's our vision for a better future, right?
Yeah.
And that's what's really great.
It's what we could be.
What we could be.
Yeah, and like you're saying, it's a force for good, and that how inclusive it is, and how everyone has their own character traits and their abilities and their strengths, and what might be regarded as a weakness is actually a strength. It's pretty astounding, and the fact that it's hit worldwide is crazy. That I could go to the UK or go anywhere and you know, Dubai or whatever, and somebody is saying, yes, I really connected to this character for these reasons.
Yeah.
And it started, again, as a character that was near and dear to my heart, but I had no idea it would take on this, like you say, a phenomenon. I kind of got a sense when we announced it at BlizzCon that it was such a big deal that time. I was like, oh, this is this is really anticipated. You know, I was a little out of the loop on that, but it's just, it has changed my world considerably.
Yes.
Because of just being able to go to conventions and go to these places. The response has just been overwhelming, crossing barriers of cultures and languages.
The experience when it travels, when how much that place means for him. I mean, the cultures and the languages, and you know how much that those places and some cultural aspects are resembling to him as a voice actor of Reinhardt, for a subjective point of view.
As a character who just cares about his soldiers and cares about everybody, and I took that on as like a coach or a dad. That's how I was playing it in my head. That made sense to me, and that's near and dear to how I feel about everybody in reality. But when they started coming in with all these memes and all these like art, the chef, the dad art, that was fan, even though it was planned that was so much fan influence. I've never worked on a project where the
projects are more being influenced by fans.
You know what I mean? As opposed to, we've worked on.
It is even nice.
On other projects where
it
was
is
like,
another
private thing that no one's going to know about, and we're going to surprise them with this. This is all of a sudden
another launch pad from further developing the game for better.
Are going to show up. You know, that's the other thing. The films. Oh my God. Yeah.
It's next. We just opened up. I don't think any of us knew, and I'll come to Jeff in a second. None of us knew what was going to come, but I'll circle back with Jeff about from the developer perspective. But Charlotte, I mean, as you kind of covered it a little bit earlier, but again, none of us knew. We were like.
And I'm going to echo what everyone else has been saying, but the global impact that the game has had is something that I completely didn't expect at all. But I think for me personally, what I
okay, now she's talking about how much Heiko impacted to the game since her introduction to the game.
Is using their platform in a way that is negative or anything like that. I'm really proud to know every cast member. We have like upwards of 30 some.
I don't know how many characters do we have now, Jeff? A lot.
A lot.
87. 87. That's right.
And you know, whether it's encouraging you know, the fans through this global pandemic, or for me, I personally used it. I used my platform.
How much impacted from
to talk about
to people that lives.
You know, with George Floyd and everything came up this year, and I've gotten a lot of people, you know, just really reaching out and saying thank you for, you know, talking about things or using your platform for to voice the thoughts and the heart of those who are voiceless at times. And so, it was something that, I was not very much prepared for, but nothing prepares you for this kind of responsibility, as you said. And my son Guy actually, so speaking of all the traveling and everything, I think one of my favorite places that I got to visit because of Overwatch is Kuwait. Kuwait was an amazing experience, and just being able to travel to so many states and so many countries. And my son was traveling with us from 2 months, so he's a con baby.
Yeah.
And now I've got a baby
Yeah.
girl who is 2 months now, and can't take her anywhere
Yes.
right now. But hopefully one day she can start traveling with us again when everything, when the world is well. But yeah, I very much proud of being a part of our Overwatch community. And
She's very happy to be part of a big community like those from Blizzard or games as well as Overwatch.
How everybody sort of, it's been a humbling experience, right? We've all
It's very interesting and very touching to hear.
pared us down as human beings to what's really important. And
So she's got the opinion as even as a humanistic side, and it's very, very impressive, very good. I really like the way she speaks. She expresses.
We're all human and connected, and so even just I think genre of video games at one point, it was thought to be something that was a waste of time or a little of a niche thing or something that was a problem for the young generation. But look at us now, what our game is doing. It's bringing everybody together and giving people hope in a time and a moment of connection in a time that we really need it. So I feel like it. And speaking of which, the Beatles, there was a Rolling Stones article about Overwatch, and they called us the Beatles of video games.
That's right. That's
Ooh.
right. Yeah.
So
I got you in my sights.
That's what we're gonna have to do. If John Lennon was an
back that
Overwatch.
up. No.
Not a man anymore.
I love it.
That's the born Liverpooler.
Now wait, you're like,
Hold on,
I
hold
know.
on. I am actually from Liverpool.
We have a Beatle.
A real
Liverpool strong.
So beautifully said, Charlotte. So all this being said, and Jeff, I'll come to you in a second, but so beautifully said. But yeah, so Jeannie, walking into this world, I remember I love when I get new actors for Overwatch. I'm like, okay, you have no idea what's about to happen.
Right.
Let me try to prep you best I can. And I think a lot of actors are like, oh, sure. And then the tsunami hits. So walking into what we're talking about, so recently the freshest new member, what's it been like from what I warned you to now? Do you see that I was telling the truth?
You were.
Yes.
You were absolutely sharing the truth. And the one thing that you said, which is so lovely, and it prepared me.
And now she's talking the Echo actress.
Most IPs, most games out there, they're great. Yeah, you're excited to book a job, and I'm always excited.
Her personal
but you were like,
way of thinking, what she really thinks about how the life has been affected,
that is,
and
it's just special. So prepare
and what's the
yourself.
good
I was
that they
like,
think
okay.
that really matters from people.
So obviously, when we were recording Echo's lines and watching the cinematic that came out, everything was just like, oh God, it's pulling on my heartstrings. Oh, she's great. I can really see these things that I have in common with her, or I'd like to be more like her as well. I just got really excited and connected with the character. And then Echo dropped. And then I get this influx of followers, like, that you said, prepare that, clean up your Twitter, clean up your Instagram. And I was like, oh. So yeah, it was a pleasant shock, and one that I'm so grateful for. I feel like I've made so many virtual friends who check in on me daily, and these are people who play the game. They've been playing for 4 years. They probably met their partner or significant other. They're sharing pictures of their kids with me. And I'm just like, wow, this is amazing. in a time when our physical connection with everybody else has been, you know, cut off. So it's been wild. It's been great. The days that I'm not particularly connecting on social media, they're just my days for everyday writing or, you know, my other creative pursuits. And then when I hop back on to Instagram's my thing, I feel sort of warm and fuzzy because I see that someone has reached out, and it's really nice for somebody to ask how you're doing.
It's always
You don't know.
poor words.
And that's the vibe that I
How
get
social
from
media makes
all
you
of the
very
community. And
less
also all of the
lonely
that's
when
the
you're
family that I
talking to
haven't met
people
yet,
during
and
these
every
hard
single
times,
one has reached out, said hi,
and
you know,
how
sent an emoji,
the power of
linked
social
arms
media
together
can reach out
virtually,
people. And it's
man,
very
I'm lucky.
important. It's very nice
So
to
lucky. It's just I
think
can't
about
tell
it.
you all, you've all had this experience. I can't tell you how many times getting on Twitter, the love of fans has saved me. I've had really hard days or the loss of my life or something, and
How fans encourage their through social media and messages.
There's been so many miracles from this beautiful family at home that we love so much. So I want to circle back to Jeff. Jeff, from the developer side, I remember in 2014 when we announced it, I was with Metzen backstage. We were like, oh God, I hope they're going to like our new little game. Like, I don't know, is anybody going to like it? So Jeff, from the developer side, I mean, what is a team? I mean, how does it feel to look back at where we've come? How we started, we weren't sure, and now we've got the pressure of Overwatch 2. From your perspective, your personal involvement, it's exciting.
The
scary,
personal
wonderful.
involvement
I mean,
of
how do you
Jeff
feel about it? How's it
in
feel
the
for you?
development of Overwatch.
So, I mean, I can remember back to pre 2014 when, you know, this is just an idea that was being pitched by Jeff Kaplan and Chris Metzen. And Jeff Kaplan came over to the cinematics department and pitched to us what Overwatch would be. And, you know, all the values that were in Overwatch really resonated with me. At the time in my career, I was no longer directing. I'd moved into more of a supervisor, creative director type role in cinematics. And I remember after that pitch, I went to my boss and I said, I think I need to get back to directing because I really want to be involved with this. And so I was able to direct the announce piece. And I just remember having discussions with Jeff and Chris about, you know, how do we maintain those values and how do we make sure that they're present in the cinematic that we're making and all that stuff. And so I'm really proud about all the work that we've done. I'm excited and also anxious to see how people react to the work that we're working on currently for Overwatch 2. I think we're obviously upholding all those values because they're core to Overwatch. One interesting thing that has happened actually is, you know, if we have this bright, shiny future.
Okay, so how Overwatch will become in the next future after its release?
It'd be really hard to make a great story that's always.
I think it is for 2022 or 2022.
Try to figure out like, okay, exactly how dark can we take Overwatch? You know, obviously it's not, you know, like zombie apocalypse type territory or anything like that.
I really hope not.
We went through this exercise.
I really hope not like a zombie mode like Call of Duty.
What does dark look like in Overwatch? And, you know, so we figured that out. I think we found a really nice balance. And now we're just getting it done, basically. So
that's great. Jeff, I can't believe I forgot. Jeff was the cinematic director who did that opening movie with the boys at the museum, the little kids. It's been so long ago. So round of applause. And Jeff, when you were making that piece, I mean, I know that Jeff's an amazing cinematic director, but you probably didn't realize, okay, I'm doing this really cool movie. I don't know how big it's going to be. So now, I mean, that's like one of the seminal pieces for Blizzard Cinematics. At the time, I know you're doing your best work, but did you have any clue where this is going to lead?
I guess yes and no. Like like I said, that presentation that Kaplan and Chris gave, it was extremely inspiring and it felt really.
So at this moment, just to change the topic a little bit, especially on Twitch, they are streaming Overwatch and probably also the Blizzcon as well in 40,000 people. Right? A little bit before was like 70,000. It's very big numbers.
You know, is well received, and so that part was exciting and you know inspiring as well.
Yeah, I think you did so well. That, and I think, Jeannie, that's a piece I showed for you to introduce you to Overwatch as little boys in the museum. And I think we all agree, it still gets me because it makes me feel like a little kid again, right? We can all be heroes. And that line, that's kind of our tagline.
Of course.
But that feels real. Even and kind of bringing this back to real life, we all right now have to be heroes.
But you made a point. You made a great point.
And I feel so honored as the casting and voice director to be part of this diverse community. It hit me quickly. I want to get back to all of you. But we won some award a couple years ago when Overwatch first came out. I don't know what it was. And one of the heads of Overwatch said, it's great that we've been successful financially, yay for us. What's more important is that the world is resonating with what we're doing because we're trying to show the world that we live in the diversity. We're trying to make the world that we see and be inclusive. And that's when it really hit me.
How we have to do
it's not just a game
to change the world, improve worlds.
All of us in all of our shapes and forms. And I know here none of us take that lightly. And I feel like it's a great, Jeff, you probably feel the same from the developer side. It's a big responsibility to write the game, to cast the game, to direct it. I want to get it right so we see ourselves everywhere. You know?
To play off of what Charlotte said earlier, you know, for a long time,
Well, how each of them will see themselves in the next future.
This thing to waste time, but that
Even during these hard times, indeed.
It's been proven as art, as a form of highly respectable storytelling and an important form of storytelling. And while there are a lot of games out there, and I've worked on a few of them, that don't treat it with the same level of respect and responsibility, the reason we take so much pride in being part of projects like Overwatch is because everyone behind it sees that. They understand that we have an opportunity here on this global scale to inspire people and to do something really good and really important with what we're making. It is art. It will change people's minds. We have to do it right.
Agreed.
Speaking of representation, to kind of go continue on with that first question you asked about how has it impacted our lives? This is a bit of a vulnerable thing, but for me as an actor, I did an interview and I kind of shared about this, but I think I had just insecurities about who I was in the world of, for example, Hollywood and where I would fit into a project, and would see myself as a support lead or you know, the best friend or something, but something that you have emphasized from the beginning, as well as obviously the rest of the devs, is that none of the cast members nor the characters have more importance than the other. Everybody is on the same level and we're all a part of this together equally. And that really changed the way I thought about myself. And so as much as we have had, you know, people are like, oh, you've impacted our lives. And as much as we're aware of that and we're told that every day, what it's actually done something for me internally as well. And it completely changed the way I saw myself professionally and as well as personally.
Or what she, how she sees herself in the professional manner, and even from a personal perspective.
For the number of people that have come up to me and said, oh my gosh, like, you know, you're a woman, I'm small in stature, and you sound and look young, and you're a person of color and all of that, and yet you have such a strong hero character that you're playing in this game, and that means so much to me, and now I see myself in that light too. And that, I think, has been something that personally has impacted me, and in that way, I think, it's not just been for everybody else, but for all of us as well.
But we're all like that. I mean, as a group of actors, we're all just a bunch of misfits. And we were looking for a place where we did
our
fit.
tribe.
And for some reason, all of us, you know, the roles called to each of us. For some reason, these roles went, Diva was like, I've been waiting for you, you know, and 76, and Cree, and Echo.
That was your fault.
And it's that kind of thing. It's, you know,
It's like,
being on stage
it
so
was
much, but being
like
characterized
destiny to that those people are destined to be their characters' voice actors.
So now to have this,
and it makes me smile because we don't underestimate some things or take them for granted, but rather than if you are destined to do something that no one else can do, it's a very great chance.
Yeah, I do.
I know.
These things that we have connection where all these wonderful misfits, which is Overwatch in a lot of ways, the game, it's like they came together to do good.
Yeah.
Yes, and each character, like you said, is a standalone thing. Each movie is its own standalone film. When I first saw the Bastion movie, I was just like, this film exists as just a film. If you didn't know anything about Overwatch or you didn't know anything, and each film kind of functions like that. And what's great about having a game is that you play your character, and then someone at a con will say, "I main you." You know, like someone that's not any like you at all. He was my thing, man.
Of course.
You know,
That was.
it'd be like, I mean, it's really, it's astounding. And the platforms that you get to, for me, for Soldier, I'm humbled.
Now they're calling the voice actors as their
Yes.
as their characters. So they're referring as their characters.
Are you kidding? Now he's gay. Oh, great!
But not just for shock, for real, like for real.
And I'm glad I didn't know that because what's great is
we
it
didn't
didn't
play that.
matter.
Yeah. Didn't matter.
And I mean, he'll never find to find love for him is a whole other story. But it was just so now that is something that's available and open to people, and how great
I love it.
That platform can be.
It's great.
To say, look,
It's wonderful. I love that you said wonderful misfits. I think we should hashtag wonderful misfits. I'm thinking, you guys at home know that I make T-shirts and pins for the fans.
Don't make another button that I have to throw.
More buttons, more buttons.
Yeah.
Coffee mugs. Coffee mugs. Wonderful misfits. I'm going to steal that. That's who we are.
600.
Yeah, we found our tribe of wonderful misfits. That's why we're here. Well, I want to get to the fun stuff, guys. So, BlizzCon team, can you please give me 8 hours next year, wherever you're at? I think we need.
Can I do one quick shout out?
Sorry?
Can I do one quick shout out?
Please.
We are, this is the voice actor panel. We are the voices of these characters, but we are.
Now Jeff is talking, and probably is going to conclude
We are one of the, sometimes we're lucky at early stages, sometimes later stages.
the
but
voice
behind each of
actors
us,
panels
and
very
out
soon.
here at BlizzCon, you see
Anytime soon.
There are hundreds of people that are artists, animators, riggers, writers, assistants. So many people that come together to make each of these characters come to life, to make the story come to life.
Shout out to
and
them.
that's what this event is every year. It's a celebration of everybody
All
brings
of
this
us.
together. So thank you to all the wonderful developers who work so hard to make these games come true. And
Yeah, it's very,
part of it.
Yeah, 'cause
very
it's not
nice.
just one character.
Right.
You
Very
have a
nice
writer,
words.
An animator, a programmer, gamer,
It's a
designer,
village.
a director,
It's a village.
a person who picked you for the part, to audition.
Well, you did pay me, but I mean, we don't
trying.
talk about that.
Trying to send you some pins.
Right, exactly. Well, cool. So I really do. It's so hard timing. If you guys haven't, it's so hard for me with timing on these panels because I could just talk like this all day. But Jeff and I and the Overwatch team decided we want to really mix it up this year and be ridiculous. So picture we're all in our pajamas right now, which we are going to do pajama party next BlizzCon. But we're going to be silly. Yeah, do it.
There you go.
Shoes off. And we want to be ridiculous and have our wonderful actors reading characters. So Jeff, how are you ready? We're going to be silly together. All of us. And so everybody's got their cue cards. We are going to, first of all, we're going to just be silly. And the team thought it'd be fun if our characters read some lines from the game.
Oh, they're putting some pickup lines with their original character voices.
So,
Want to
Jeff, anything
hear?
to say about balanced tweets or mean tweets? You ready for this?
Good luck.
All right. Who wants to start us off?
Which
Read your-
meanie would you
let's-
like to
let's
start?
do some
Or-
character lines, and then read the balance lines, and then the mean tweets.
I want to hear. I'm curious.
Character lines first. That'll get us.
Character lines. This is one of my favorites. Adaptive circuits engage. Personality synchronization 100%. Good to be back. She's so chirpy.
She's so lovely.
Really is. She loves life.
Yes.
Is this a non-relevant conversation?
I say that all the time. Yeah.
I mean,
Well, typical of
would you
Aiko.
like another helping?
I love it.
Let's see. Nothing to worry about unless there's something to worry about, as Dr. Liao always said.
I love it.
And so optimal.
Great. All right, let's see what
Nice.
What
Very
should we do?
nice.
All character first, and then balance, then mean. Let's do
let's
all
go.
character.
Yeah, we'll
Let's
go.
do all character first. Okay, so
right.
we said good.
We got a few here. The classic, the nightmare-inducing. It's high noon.
Oh, the voice actor of McCree.
Justice ain't gonna dispense itself. One of my favorite ones that I still have as one of my classic quotes in the game. I'm your Huckleberry. After you. The other
That's
one that I have
nice.
on my setup for quotes. You done? Always useful in the game. And a really, really way to just get your team moving fast. Don't sass me is another one that's good. That's one of my favorites. I hear you, Pumpkin. And the drawn out. I'm not good, not bad. But I sure as hell ain't ugly.
Whoa, looks like a good set for a commercial some services company.
Your body in session, your body changes. I watch you slip into McCree. Absolutely, I love it.
Very sexy indeed.
So I'm gonna start with my alt. Nerf this.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
There are
I like
other
that.
lines here, but I actually really like the ones that are interactive.
Do it. What, do you remember some? Go for it.
I think your clock's off. Hey, Daddy.
Nice.
And let's see, what else do we have? Oh, I love that she also has lines in
Diva
Korean.
voices.
Korean character.
Pick up quotes.
새해 복 많이 받으세요. 안녕. Is this easy mode?
Oh.
게임을 하면 이겨야지, which is I play to win.
I love it.
I get the feeling you're not taking me seriously. The best things in life come in small packages. And the last one, I'm gonna own all those noobs.
Oh, that was neat.
Yes. All right, Fred, what you got?
I'll see if I can make a relevant conversation.
All right, now the best part of the.
I've got you in my sights.
Oh, that's a soldier.
I'm not listed. I'm not
whatever
a
you
young man anymore. Or the one I feel lately, they keep knocking me down, but I keep getting back.
Okay, that was
We're all
making
soldiers now.
yeah, soldiers.
That's sir to you. Sit down. Shut up and heal, damn it. I'm a man on a mission. Stay out of my way. You don't want to go to war with me. Young punks, get off my lawn.
Whoa.
So good, so good.
The last one was very effective.
Okay, let me look. There's nothing on the paper. You wrote that. Oh, wait.
Reinhard.
This is readings that I cannot read at all. But
you printed it upside down.
Hammer down. Oh, there it is. Justice will be done. Precision German engineering.
And the one we made up on the spot that way.
Honor, justice, Reinhard, Reinhard, Reinhard.
Oh.
Don't worry, my friend. I am your shield. And I'll cross a leg like McCree. You're on my naughty list, Cowboy McCree boy. Oh.
That's not one of the lines.
Oh, okay, that was.
Making me blush over here.
I love it.
That would be a nice idea to part of the next sequel. Pickups line.
Balance tweet. For the love of Pete's Dragon. My thoughts on Reinhardt experimental mode changes. And then there's a lot of letters that spell Leroy
Jenkins.
Now read it as Reinhardt.
Yeah, read it as Reinhardt.
Oh, yeah. As much as I love Reinhardt, it is absolutely infuriating to play as him. His mechanics are so messed up, and he's not even worth playing. The only thing he's good for is his shield, and even that is easy to get rid of. Source, this.
That's one of those.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
All right, Fred.
I just
we're
know-
gonna do mean tweets as well. So let's do that last.
These are balanced tweets,
Balanced
whatever the hell that means. It's nice you can be an old guy. It's kind of great. Let's see. Burst damage. Burst damage is king, and Soldier doesn't do enough of it. All right, I'll take that. Soldier 76 is bad, but also Soldier 76 is OP and needs nerfs. Well, to quote my dear friend,
Ah, okay, he's quoting from tweets.
the hell's a nerf you want? Rival or micro shots? Jack of all trades, but master of none. If these recall changes to live, I might go back to being a legs main. Oh, sorry, not live. If these recall changes go live, I might go back to being a legs main. I screwed that up. I don't understand why people play Soldier 76. He is such trash and very.
No, it's not.
I'll take that.
It's not as trash.
Soldier 76 is the most unskilled and overpowered character in Overwatch. You got that right.
No, no, not that.
Respect the chef.
No, Soldier 76 in the hands of some skillful players is very deadly.
Is often played like a shotgun version of Torbjorn's turret with the verticality of an earthworm. Oh, okay. A message to support players, please do not queue tank in comp if you can only play Diva. It's basically soft throwing. Okay. Shouldn't Diva be able to eat Baptiste's immortality field? Playing Diva is like trying to win a race with a horse when other people have a sports car. And the last one, Baby Diva is too tanky.
I love it.
Is that like skanky?
Thank you very much.
Skanky. I don't think they meant skanky.
Well, thank you.
It's too skanky.
I love it.
That
love
outfit
it.
is quite tanky.
Yeah. I love it. Who's got
Thanks
the
a
Earth
lot.
Shatter? Do one of you have the Earth Shatter on your card?
I think that was me.
I love that's my favorite one. Shatty.
When a Reinhardt gets a powerful Earth Shatter, it must be called Fatty Shatty from now on.
Fatty Shatty.
Fatty Shatty is pretty great.
Why?
Because it's fun and it's
Does it
alliteration.
rhyme?
Yeah.
Is that all we do now?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Okay, basically they're citing some quotes from someone on Twitter regarding people abilities
Needs more nerves.
and nerves and
You have a
OP.
tracer? Oh, McCree can flashbang headshotter. They have a Hammond too. McCree has flashbang. Far Mercy too. McCree's job as well. But does he get a shield as protection, an off-tank to peel for him, or pocketed by his support when he tries to deal with them? Hell no. Oh, and why is the shield not breaking, McCree? There's a lot of complaining.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
As someone who
It's for
put
sure
her
it's
out
from
with
complaining.
McCree, I hate McCree. 250 HP, thick Cree. Oh, Lord, he coming.
Oh.
And, well, this is a good question. Maybe you can answer here, Jeff. Why does Blizzard hate McCree so much? Send tweet.
Like you said, send tweet.
Well,
Why does Blizzard hate
basically because he has
All right, let's hear what you
some
got.
aimbot, some kind of aimbot too.
Can die very easily to most hit scans, considering her gigantic head.
Oh, okay.
Theory. Echo is not the real Echo, but a Talon copy, infiltrating Overwatch operations, which explains the damage focus kit. Echo doesn't need to be nerfed because she's already a glass cannon.
Now Echoes.
Compliment? It feels like a compliment.
Yeah.
I think that's a compliment. For the love of God, get Echo balanced. Holy Overwatch.
Exclamation.
Well,
exclamation point, exclamation point.
For sure, not needs to be balanced, but
So let's start with
surely it is very difficult to eat once it's me there, like Farah, for sure. Farah.
I'm going to say a bad word.
It's okay. We're going to beep you out, maybe.
Maybe. I hate how Echo from Overwatch has a face.
What?
Sorry.
Apologize. We'll scrub that.
Yes.
God, I dislike so much of Echo's design. Her generic bland, comforting face, her generic bland, obedient AI voice, her pointless hourglass torso. There's just absolutely no unique character to her, which for Overwatch is weird. Every part of her is just sexy, boring lady robot.
I bet some people could maybe.
To improve words, it's better to not be included in Overwatch, since someone's clearly hate there.
Sexy and boring were in the same.
Some whining people, I guess.
Really beautiful.
Some casual whiners.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I'd love to play chess with you. You're
I'd
so
love that.
sexy.
Let's play chess all night.
You'd probably win, though.
I don't know, checkmate. I think wow.
Queen's Gambit?
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
the Queen's
there's nothing.
Gambit?
I am.
Okay, that's good. I don't
Your
like
move?
the Queen's Gambit.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna move because you're sexy and boring at the same time.
I
Just
know.
a-
All right, let's do it.
I
Oh, they're having fun from all of these comments
I
from
hate that
Twitter.
I can hear it perfectly in this stupid, cocky McCree voice like goo goo gaga hey. Oh boy. I want to learn to play McCree because my friend and I love/hate his voice, and I can be a good. My apologies.
For sure.
I love Diva, even though she trash.
Why should be trash?
This is a game.
I don't understand that.
I mean, maybe, but it's all real. Like, here it is. Does anyone else listen to Soldier 76's voice line, quit messing around and get ready to move, and feel like he's on the verge of saying, quit around, like some tired dad trying to wrangle up his teens in the toy aisle because he hasn't gotten his afternoon nap in? That's what I was going for.
Whoa.
That's exactly right. So, success. Good on you.
Whoa, the fact that Soldier 76 is kind of the...
Hello, I'm a mean tweeter, and I will say the following. I hate Reinhardt's voice. He sounds like a drunken German pirate. Yo ho ho, more like yo ho no.
I wrote that. That's how you send a mean tweet. Add the yo ho no, Queen's Gambit ya.
No, it's not so hateful, Reinhardt. Just as a tank is very pain in the hole.
I'm a beetle and a drunken German.
I love it. Jeff,
It's
did you
in my
catch all
official
those?
Liverpool accent.
I love it. Jeff, what do you think about all of those?
Yeah,
Balanced
that's
tweets, the mean tweets are great. I love it all. Any
Yeah,
thoughts?
it's amazing. You know, I keep thinking about like how much our community loves Overwatch, and then I hear those, and I'm like, oh.
Okay.
You're gonna do all these fixes in the next bout.
Yeah, we're
right?
gonna fix it all. We're gonna
Yeah,
fix it
fix
all.
that. Yeah.
So we have very little time left because we run out of time always, but we're going to do a quick couple rounds of improv.
Oh, geez.
We just want to be nuts. So in this jar, I have improv ideas from our team that are ridiculous. I'm going to just
jar?
we'll do just quick little improv sketches, kind of like TV shows do, and just have fun. So I'm going to pull a topic up. Whoever wants to jump up, it can. We're going to stay in our seats to be safe. It can be. It doesn't have to be two of you. It can be whoever wants to do it. How about that? So as character, and we'll just have fun and see what happens. Sound good? All right,
Sure.
here we go. It's going to be
Which
wonderful.
topic will be?
Antibiotic field for COVID, please.
Yes.
That's
yes.
what we need.
I love it. All right, let's do. Okay, here we go. You could all just pretend it's a scene. You could all riff on this one. If Overwatch has been rebooted into a 1920s detective drama.
Oh
You've
boy.
You've
Ooh,
all
in
arrived
a
at the
drama?
crime scene, right? There's like a chalk drawing on the floor. Someone, and you're all detectives in the 1920s.
The leggy robot with the face walked in. Oh, she had legs from here to tomorrow. She looked down at the body and she said the classiest line that this private detective has ever heard.
This body looks like an absolute pile of caca poo-poo. What on earth could it be? Is it human or is it AI?
In came suspect number one.
Oh, now they're acting with their respective voice actors' voices of the characters.
He went up to the sexy leggy robot. He looked down and said,
Don't mean to be brash, but did I just hear you say cuckoo papa? Or was that poo-poo caca?
I believe it was poo-poo caca. And it's French.
Oh, they're making fun of Echo.
Didn't believe her. I've been to France.
They're making fun of her.
Old. Didn't see any poo-poo caca while I was there.
Between McCree, Echo, and Reinhardt.
The distance, eyes narrowed.
But the most cooler is for sure McCree. I'm starting to like his voice.
and she had a giant mecha with her.
And now they're making fun of Diva.
Wait, why am I British all of a sudden?
Whatever you want to do.
It wasn't me.
Because it was not her. And the greatest detective my news is. Because as I used my hammer as a cigar, I turned to the real culprit, who always had the victim in his sight.
Who is the most deeper and cooler as voices. It's very nice as well.
That's right. I was tired of that 76 guy, so I had to kill him. I killed him dead right there. But then...
Poor soldiers.
I'm powering up. Look, I'm not a young man anymore. Where's 67?
Yeah, for sure you're not a kid. You said many times during Overwatch some casual pickup lines.
I was shot by the villain, 67. I fell onto
67.
the chalk drawing in the exact same position of the body. And our story came to an end because I'm a ghoul.
My aim wasn't as good.
I'm a ghoul.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
We could do this all day.
Very scary.
Oh my god. I didn't know that. I love the French that you speak. That was very impressive.
Another topic?
Oh my gosh. So good. So good.
Oh, I'm curious now.
I love it. Okay. Now all of these characters show up in Target to buy toilet paper, and there's one row left.
Oh. So they're targeting each other?
Oh, no, please.
Are they?
You may. I understand.
I'm just going to take the last one for a friend because I don't actually need it.
No,
you don't.
No.
Pardon me, ma'am. I don't mean to intrude here, but like you said, you seem to eat pretty clean, being a robot and all.
They're
You,
acting like they're
I don't know
actual
how much
characters into the game.
You're putting through that system right there, but
It's
I
pretty
drink
distilled. It's pretty distilled.
I drink a lot of real terrible coffee, and I'm in mighty need of whatever that roll's given.
You got a terrible coffee, then you should drink a better coffee.
Pretty badly. There's a lot of sauerkraut in his diet.
Charging power activated!
I suggest you clear out.
Might I suggest one thing? Since I have a certain capability that the rest of you don't.
Why we?
Duplicating toilet paper. Pew, 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 pew.
Oh.
Wow.
And here's your toilet paper. Remember what Japan did during the pandemic? They duplicated
I hadn't been
and took many of the toilet papers.
You had to sign an NDA.
I did. I had to sign an NDA. So
Couldn't just go into any Target and buy a toilet paper.
She remembered me about that episode during the pandemic last year.
Well played. Well played. Okay, let me see. We just got a couple minutes left. Some of these are my total favorite.
Last one?
Choose two. Awkwardly asking the other to prom in high school as younger versions of yourself.
Young version.
Anybody? Who wants to ask Diva out? Or
Younger
anybody-
versions of
anybody?
ourselves.
Yes.
Younger as our characters?
Yes.
I am a
Okay.
modern woman, and so I'd like to ask somebody out.
Okay.
McCree, I know that I always say that your clock's off, but I think your clock is quite on. And so I was just wondering, would you like to go to prom with me?
Well,
What?
That's mighty
Cool,
fine
really cool.
offer you put there. I'm blushing. I would say yes under one condition.
Okay, what is
You-
that?
Are you against the idea of a group date?
Oh,
Good name.
I being a modern man.
and me being a modern woman, sure. Who else would join us?
My friend Reinhardt. It's been a fine year hanging out with you, and I was wondering if you do the honor
It's
of
quite kind of embarrassing.
and my date.
I would very much like to go to the prom with you and also to with the diva. And then
It seems that my voice is changing. I'm an adult all of a sudden. Oh no!
Wilhelm, I thought we were gonna do something, but I guess not. That's okay. You got your friends. That's fine, I guess.
Poor Soldier 76 got offended a lot.
When we're a team, when we're all together, and there's no one that knows that better than my friend Echo.
All right. Yes.
if I may,
Robot lady.
robot girl.
Girl, sorry.
If
Robot
I may,
girl.
I'm still learning and don't really know.
Yeah,
what prom
you're
is.
the humanoid version of Alexa or,
What?
you know,
That's what
Google's voice assistant.
all the friends get together and they watch each other have a good time and they support.
Oh, well, that sounds like a lot of fun. Yes.
I may have to ask you on the
Very
top
excited,
a
Echo.
couple times.
Oh,
Can you do the robot?
I think
little
it's
bit?
actually part of my main directive is to
Yeah, that
dance.
seems great.
Like the
I know
dance
I
of the
want
robot,
to dance
like that.
with the robot.
Perfect.
You're about the right age now to be a proper chaperone.
Excellent. I shall sit in the corner and provide safety and comfort as I do the robot with you.
Yeah, you're kind of
I love
German
it.
engineering,
Just clap for us.
for
Let's
sure.
get all of our fans over here.
That was far better than my actual prom.
I love
Weirdly.
it.
Right?
Oh my gosh, it's so hard. I feel like these panels, like all of you, they're just over in a second. So we're technically out of time. I want to
Okay.
go over because
I think
first wanna
it's
say
over
that
from now.
Putting you on the spot and doing improv on camera is so can be hard, but so fun to just play and be like we're kids together.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. It was fun for me as
Before we
well.
go, the most
I
important
really
thing
liked.
that I wanted to do is kind of switching gears. That was really fun and silly and ridiculous, but it's to give words of support and love to our fan base. You know, we'll probably see them in a year from now at our next BlizzCon. But what words can we send to them right now to tell them that they're loved and we're all going to be okay? So, whoever wants to go first. I don't know. Let's go around.
First,
Please.
First of all, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you.
Okay,
and of course,
so
Andrea for
thanking
having
and
us,
some
to
encouragement,
be able to
some
get
cheering
together
up.
today. I haven't seen people, humans, in a year, and so
So some advice, life lessons and life advices
and I just
for
wanted
all of
to say to
us.
the fans, you know, one of our taglines is the world could always use more heroes. And even if you don't feel like one right now, I just pray that there will be somebody in your life that you feel is a hero to you. And if you do have the energy to spread that love and positivity to those around you.
Yeah, that's most important.
What we
People
have, I think,
sometimes often forget about this nowadays.
and if as long as we can do it together in a community and stay positive, we're going to be able to get through
Yeah.
the hardest of times.
Seems
So
too
thank
much
you for being
take
a
it for
part of our
granted, but
lives, and we
it's
hope that
that's what we
in
have to
everything
do.
that we do
Be positive.
as the actors and as the characters, we will be able to also be a positive light to you as well. So much love and thank you.
Yes, beautifully said.
Very
beautifully
nice.
said.
Well said. Very well said.
Just echo every
Like that.
wonderful things that you said. Times like this really help clarify the important things, and really few things are
Yeah,
important.
time is really
more than
important.
community. You know, we culturally it's easy for people to be raised with the idea of the individual over the community, and I think more now than ever, it's showing how important it is that we all help each other out, that we rally behind each other, and remind each other that we're there for each other. What bit of joy we're able to bring to your lives, please know that you bring an endless amount back to ours, and every member of this community is part of a family in some way.
Yeah, it's big
Don't be
family.
afraid to ask.
It's
to comment
very
if you
incredible what Blizzard was able to make
and don't be afraid to touch your
when
shoulder.
making games like Diablo and so on. So it brought a very big part of community as a family. That's what really most matters the most.
Thank you for your wonderful support, and thank you for tuning into this wonderful delight today.
Yeah, very wonderful delight.
I've lost people during this. It's been hard, but there's a quote that says,
Yeah, trust me, it's hard even for many of us as well. So I can understand that.
Right? It's not the end. So keep going. So keep going.
Love
and
you.
Yeah, we have to go on.
I love you.
Yeah,
I love you.
Love you
I don't want to miss the opportunity.
yeah, bad things happens as well as the loss of our beloved ones. But yeah, the most important thing is to go on and to cherish every memories you had from people you
Love is everything.
you stay.
To quote the Beatles, love is all you need. All you need is love. And to remember
All
that
you need is love.
community
Some.
is built
Yeah,
on
sorry,
that,
but it's the meaning.
So much of that love comes to the surface, and let's continue to share that. Let's continue to reach out, and just like everyone else has been saying, you know, if you're able to lend a shoulder or an ear or eyes, if a message comes through, take the
Yeah,
time
share the moments
to acknowledge
with
your
people
fellow
and
human to
keep love and
know that we're all the same.
staying in good terms with people, wherever you had in front.
We can just strip down to that very core of ourselves and to know that that's what's in each and every single one of us, to know that we're all connected in that way, and to
Yeah, we live in a very interconnected world, for sure.
full of kindness and love and understanding. We're going to get through this. We're going to get through this with that sentiment. And from a personal perspective, I've never felt so much love from a community of people who I would have said were strangers.
Yeah, and that's the real power of a community,
None
for
of you
sure.
are strangers to me. And I hope that I'm able to share more of my life with you so that I'm not a stranger to you. And I just
Yeah.
want to thank you for
Yeah.
bringing this world to me. And
Even Stranger
get
has
through it. Let's not give up.
some
Let's keep going.
good things to
And
teach
I
to
love you
us.
all.
It's
And
not just
I'm
being
so
strangers,
grateful
but
for all
also
of you
people that can help
here on the
us
panel. I'm so grateful
teach
to all of
something,
Overwatch
learn
and
something.
Blizzard. Getting a bit emotional here, but just thank you. Just thank you. So much gratitude to all of you and for all of it.
That's most important. It's very nice.
And I'm gonna
Very well
reiterate
said.
And just say thank you. We are all connected. We're many different folks, and
So it is the thank you moment for sure.
and just to do the quote, to be that change that you want to see. Just start on any level and reach out to each other, and just know that you are all so beautiful, just absolutely
Of course.
beautiful as you are.
Every one of us.
We love you so much.
Yeah.
And just hang in there. We didn't start this virus, but we'll damn well finish it. And,
I remember those
hang in
lines.
there and
But yeah, we have to beat that damn virus.
and
For sure.
just live with love as much as you can.
Yeah, of course, because time will never go back. We'll never get back. So it is important.
Said so much of how I feel already. I guess I'll add that BlizzCon is always this moment for the Blizzard community to come together, developers, fans, players, and everybody just enjoys each other's company and connecting and all that kind of stuff. We will get through this, and I look forward, and I think I can speak for most of Blizzard that
Yeah, for sure we will get through
forward to
this.
being able to
That's
be
what
with you in the
really
future.
matters
Beautifully
the
said.
most.
I'll close the panel. I want to just first of all say thank you all of my amazing. To call you actor doesn't come close to it. I feel like you're all
Okay,
amazing.
so this panel is come to an end.
That you braved the
I'm
fires that are out there to join
feeling
us.
sad because I really don't want to end.
And thank you to the fans for tuning
I
in.
really
I
don't
wanna
want it
say
to
again,
end.
The voiceover panel started as a tiny little thing at BlizzCon years ago in the corner, like a little circus freak show, and now we're here in this set because of you, because the love you give us and how close you hold us in your heart. So without you, we wouldn't even be here. Thank you for tuning in. Find us on our social media handles. Tell us you love us. We'll tell you we love you. You're not alone. We're always just a tweet.
Very, very, very beautiful person beside of this. I mean, behind those characters are very beautiful people with very nice way of thinking. Very, very beautiful. And that's what I felt. That's what it felt. So really, I really like this BlizzCon about Overwatch. So I really like that. So I'm going to. I don't think no one wants to, or even be interested to know about how they think about the soundtrack. But I mean, the BlizzCon is going, so you can still watch at 2 and 10 p.m. in Central Europe time, and this is which means in soon in Pacific time. So it will start soon. The next one about the making of Overwatch. So besides this, the open ceremony, I will concentrate more about Overwatch 2 as the most awaited game and as the sequel of the first Overwatch. So here's what I'm thinking about it. I'm kind of waiting for this title to come out. Of course, I don't want to get on the hype train because as I learned from the experience, I don't want to fuel the hype train behind the most awaited titles, because most of the time, the moment you run on the hype train, if the thing goes wrong with that game, like happened in games like Cyberpunk, for example, the most notorious example, you will end up being more disappointed. So I don't want to have high expectation from this title But the good impression I had about it is the most surprise thing about the hero systems and the improvements on the audio. I mean, from the sound parts, like the environment on the sound of the guns and so on. So it's most good thing about the game, and even the enemies like the robot from the Zero Sector. I really like it. And I'm curious to know especially about the hero missions, which is like a kind of multiplayer. So which made me think about it as a co-op story, like a single player in co-op compartment. But for the multiplayer, we still don't know about it. So I really will know only when the game will be next soon to be released. So some months before the official release. So all we have to do is to wait, watching trailers, get some information as much as we can, and who knows? I hope we will be something like beta tests or something like that. I really hope. I really hope that like it happened with before the first Overwatch release. And before that, in 2016 was the open beta release or the closed. I don't remember. I played that, but I don't remember much because it's happened like in 2016. Yeah, 2016 to be exact. So for this moment, I close the stream here. So I really hope you like that. And for whoever the state to watch me and to talk about the game, to the Blizzcon, and watch me playing and while playing with some of you, like that happened to the beginning, I really hope you will be impressed from the Overwatch as much as I do, for example. And I'm waiting for that. So what you think about it? I really hope you have a good the game, the making of the game left a good impression, and that you don't get to the hype train so soon, because from the trailer is beautiful and so on, but once it gets released and those expectation got down, it's where you got disappointed. So it's still too soon to get the conclusion. So we have to wait some trailers, some informations about eventual betas and so on. So thank you for watching and see you to the next time. So tomorrow we'll get to the Italian stream of Overwatch. So we still continue to the lunar event on to 2021, of course. We'll try to still get the crates with loot box and the bonus contents from the Reaper. This time the week 4 is for Reaper, and guess it is the last one we will get from this series of prizes from the loot boxes and much more. So I still have to remember too that this event will end at February 25 or 26. So I think it's 2025. So sorry for that. So for more, you can still follow me on Twitter. You can still follow me on Twitch, since I will put the schedules. And of course, right after the streaming, I will update it. And to keep updated with the next upcoming streams in Italian, my native, my mother tongue, and Japanese, my poor Japanese, I mean, the language I'm still learning. So keep up to date on Twitter. When I will go live, you will know. So have a good night. Here in Europe is 2:13. So it's very late night. So I really hope I wasn't annoying to you, because sometimes I talk up to during people speaking during the Blizzcon. So I really hope my voice wasn't an issue to you and that you grasped the event with me. So have a good night and see you next stream. Good night. Bye bye.